From the Lodge Mahal in beautiful Austin, Texas, welcome to a very special Sunday night poker event. This is the 100,000 guarantee called the New Year's resolution. It was a $300 buy-in, and instead of 100,000 for the guarantee, we hit 231,384 in the prize pool. We come back tonight, 12 remain. And we'll go around the table in a minute. This is Slick Rick in along with the man himself, Andrew the Tranimal. How you doing?
Good, Rick. How are you?
Doing good. We'll talk about some things that happened to you throughout the night, but there's Gordon. We'll call him Gordo tonight, wearing the Great Lodge hoodie. The youngster, usually a cash player, but got about 75,000 in Hendon earnings.
See a limp from Gordon here.
Final table, Kev. It's the first one in the box. It'll be a two-dealer rotation, him and Bellagio Anthony. Safi is our game host. Both players with a flush draw. Jack's way out in front.
One bet's 60.
But he's the one betting.
Why don't you just call here? She does. So we'll see what happens on the turn here. But I foresee Gordon, you know, being in the pot for a while.
Chip values, the orange chips are 5,000. Sky blue are 25,000. The red chips are 100,000. Got about 27 million chips in play.
Might see check here for showdown for both players.
Blinds are 30,000, 60,000, 60,000. They've been playing all day long. Day two. Christopher does river a pair here for the to go along with the nines, so nines and deuces for Christopher. And he's going to make the call.
Just squeaking a bunch of value out of this hand, blind versus blind.
I'm standing over there.
As we said, there's 12 remaining, so there's two tables. There's this table you're looking at right now.
It's very empty in here without all the Christmas decorations.
And there's 6 here and 6 out.
That's good. I like it.
Right outside the room there. There's your stacks here. Thilo from Germany. The big stack with 42 big blinds.
Late in the year to be celebrating New Year's.
Roger Franco, obviously. He's the short stack, but he's a regular. And, of course, Bones sitting over there in the 6th seat with 1.5 million. Very healthy stack this late in the tournament.
120.
Dustin from the Waco area. Ace-9 suited. And Thilo likes to wear the turtlenecks. Seen him in the room all week wearing a different turtleneck. Again with the jacks. Did he hand those in for the last hand?
Possibly. We'll this is an interesting spot. Bones being the shortest stack, and Roger as well.
Yeah.
So not too much ICM pressure right now with the small pay jumps. About maybe $800 pay jump.
I think 10 through 12 get 2,800, something like that.
So, and then it goes up to like 32 or maybe 35. But
yeah, 3,800. So it goes up about 1,000.
what he does.
75.
Gonna raise here, 575.
See a small 3-bet here, or 4-bet here out of Gordon. So if he gets jammed on, he would just fold. It's an interesting spot after a open under the gun and then 3-bet.
So far, 2 hands in, Gordo's won every single pot. Not too shabby. As we mentioned, 933 entries. It's a very, very popular tournament, the $300 buy-in. We called it the New Year's Resolution Tournament. I knew it was going to shatter the 100K guarantee, but didn't realize it was going to go almost 2.5 times.
I definitely didn't expect that, but you know what? This structure and the same buy-in as Black Friday that Skull won, or chopped anyways.
Yeah.
These price points are normally pretty good.
Yeah, $300 tournaments. I think it allows every person to fire at least one bullet.
Yes. So we're gonna see Bones here open with about 20 bigs. Let's see if the big blind defends here.
Dustin with jacks. So 3 hands. We've seen jacks 3 times.
Four raises. 350.
Bones with a pocket pair.
Probably gonna see a fold here out of Bones.
Does lay it down. Bones also helps us commentate from time to time. I'm sure y'all have heard his work, and we appreciate that. And so, Andrew, some time has passed. You were involved in a hand right before they went to the break, where they come back. About 30 minutes has passed since then, and you were involved in a huge hand with Nate Kogel, who's out on the outer table. You had Ace King versus his queens, and the queens held.
Yes, yes. I put in a 5-bet, and it didn't really turn out in my favor, clearly, but it was about a 4 mil chip pot.
Yeah. One of you was going to be the chip leader.
Oh, definitely. No, and I wish I would just hold and not miss the final table as much as I do, but, you know, grateful for getting this far.
Yeah, no, it's... And thank you for hopping in the bunker, because I know some people, when they lose a tournament, they just want to go home,
I would take
lick their wounds a little bit. But I knew you're a professional. You know this stuff happens.
I think in his mind it was crazy.
These races, Ace King versus Queens, just gonna happen.
Yes, it was just a big spot, and, you know, it just turned out the way it turned out. And, you know, if I ended up finding a pair of some sort, you know, then it's the the roles reverse.
Yeah.
But enough about me. Back to the action.
Yes, but I wanted to say you finished very well. Another great showing from you.
Thank you, thank you. So we see Gordon open from under the gun here.
2-fold. 4-fold.
I want to say Ace Deuce is kind of right on the fence of like just folding under the gun, but you know, Gordon just ends up opening, just takes down the blinds.
Yeah. So we're keeping you in the 4 and 5 position.
You can find Gordon at the cash tables here at the lodge pretty much throughout the week.
Oh, wow.
And I've heard he's one hell of a golfer as well.
So I hear. So I hear.
I didn't think about it.
Seat 5 is technically directly.
Oh, is it because there's 8?
Hand table, but there is a sensor in the
How'd they do that in the beginning?
So they're discussing about how we read the cards here. And there's little sensors under the felt, usually marked by the lodge logo. But with the 9 players here, that 5 seat's right in the middle. So that way we can see their cards.
Yeah. 5 seat is the hidden sensor, no logo, signifies where they put the cards. And here's Gordo thinking about yet another hand in the big blind.
Might just end up calling here and defending. Usually the case. And it's not a bad hand to, you know, defend with also.
Couple hearts for Gordo.
8 checks.
Dustin's going to continue here with his big slick. Looks like about 160.
That's 160.
A little under half pot, but gonna get a call out of Gordon.
See how hot Gordon is off the bat, Gordo. Looking for a heart or a 5.
It's not a bad card either for Gordon. It's gonna hit his range a little more. You probably ended up seeing a check here unless Dustin wants to go for it, which we do.
So Big Slick with the check mark. But there's 690,000 chips out there. Gordo may try to make a stab at this.
I don't think a stab would be great with the queen. I'm not quite sure what queens he could have, but maybe just rep some jacks.
Does puts about 2/3 pot size bet out there.
I think I've seen Dustin around. Not too familiar with him, but see if we can find the call.
He obviously has great taste in college football teams. Hook him. See if he makes this call with Big Slick. 1 million chips in the pot. Gonna lay it down. And Gordo, right off the bat. Got to be a little impressed with the youngster.
Definitely, he has a lot of like. He could have a lot of pairs and jacks and like any offsuit jack really, and just
Are you upset you're not doing commentary?
A little bit. A little bit.
I honestly think he prefers to be on the table than in the booth anyway. So
Oh yes. Wouldn't we all?
yeah,
Even Slick Rick would rather be on the felt than in the bunker. But
Yeah.
I've never even had a chance to do that, so we'll see one day.
2 fold. 4 fold. 5 raises to 125.
D'Lo's gonna open King Jack off here in the cutoff.
Maybe don't give me some restaurant comps.
Should see a defend from Chris.
1 calls. Heads up.
Heads up. Both players with Broadway cards. Here's the flop from Final Table Kevin. Chris hits that flop.
1 checks.
But we'll check it over to see if Thilo wants to continue. Safi doing a little needlepoint in the background.
100.
Chris is just going to flat here.
1 call.
And it's fine. You can lose to a lot of like queen jacks and
1 check.
king queen, ace queen. Hot control here.
Goes check, check. To the river we go. There's the 8 of diamonds. Check mark for Chris.
Does he want to take showdown at this point or try to find some value out of his hand?
Looks like he's reaching for chips.
1 bet.
And goes really big and just gets a snap fold.
Lodge Card Club, located in the Austin, Texas area. It was packed this week. It seems like just something's happened the last few weeks. It's crazy in here. It always is crowded, but it's extra crowded lately, and we're real proud of it. And one of the big reasons is the new restaurant, Odds Bar and Bistro. Grand opening this week. If you go to the Odds Bar and Bistro in the restaurant on either Friday or Saturday, order an entree, get an appetizer for free. That's in the restaurant only.
It's an unusual flat here out of Dustin with Queen 9. Probably gonna see Gordon open with a raise here.
180.
Just about 3 bigs, which is fine. Chris just wakes up in the small blind with ace king off here. Probably gonna see maybe a range, like maybe a 420K bet. I'm imagining, but maybe a little bigger, being out of position. Cutting out chips here.
1 raise.
Yeah, he's
600.
going to raise it to 600,000. Rebetting it over to Roger.
Sizing kind of works here. after a limp under the gun and then an open.
So Gordo, who's been on fire, is not going to make this call, and Chris is going to take down this pot. We'll have a break in about an hour and 40 minutes. And be a 15-minute break, but as always, we've got our flux capacitor working tonight, so that means you won't be taking any breaks. Unless you want to. You know, you can always take a break.
Here comes Gordon again from the cutoff.
So it's interesting in this stage of the tournament, Andrew. It's one of the few stages. Well, we're not at the final table of playing with short-handed, six-handed, seven-handed,
Right.
even five-handed. And how does that change the game?
It really changes with some of the big stacks. They can take full advantage of, opening a little wider, being able to see more flops. Obviously, the shorter stacks are just looking for hands to find a double normally, but short-handed is pretty aggressive normally. So you're gonna see some wider opens like 8-7 off here, 8-7 suited here. You're essentially playing a 6-max, but you're still waiting to get to the final table.
Yeah.
Typically, you're going to see maybe a seldom 3-bet, which, Chris finds is probably going to find a 3-bet here from
Wow.
the cutoff.
The tanks. He is. He's reaching for raisin chips.
Yeah. Not quite sure what sizing he's going to go.
320.
And I actually like the sizing. You don't really, you obviously try to be aggressive, but you also can lose the minimum. And, if someone comes in with the 4-bet, obviously you can just fold.
4 full. 5 full.
And playing out of position with 8-7 suited is kind of tough. I can only imagine Bones has maybe a read on the guy or maybe a tell.
Yeah, and this would be for about 20% of his remaining chips. He wants nothing of it. And we'll move on to hand number 11.
Yeah, typically with maybe sub 20 bigs, you kind of want to open a little tighter, and then try to take down the blinds, and then obviously
Every once in a while.
chip up like that.
Oh my goodness.
So Roger Franco in seat 2 is the short stack, sitting at under 10 big blinds. Chris, an amazing 54 big blinds at this state in the tournament. The chip leader in the room is sitting in the outer table, and that is Nate Kogel. He has roughly 20% of the chips in play or more. I think there's 27 million chips, and he's got 7 million, so he's got 25% of the chips in play.
Yes. 2 of which came from me. It's going to be actually a good field for these final 2 tables and a bunch of locals, honestly,
Yeah.
which is great.
We made some.
I mean, it just goes to show the tournament, folks that we have playing, just the quality of the fields. We've got a lot of great tournament players here.
I like to
in
say
the area.
that, and the field gets tougher every week. Everyone's gonna learn a little bit every single week.
Back-to-back
Oh,
touchdowns.
And
Which is just a bunch of call-ins and shit.
iron sharpens iron. It's if you play against the best, you're
Yes.
gonna improve your game. And
The equities are
but we've got a great community here. See Chris here with ace deuce suited, raised to 120. Roger's just looking for something to shove. He's got under 10 bigs, and he just can't do it here.
And honestly, with 10 bigs, a little under 10 bigs, I think he's fine. He's about maybe 9 bigs, but He can find a spot. You can typically shove right around sub 8, 7 bigs and double through that way. You don't necessarily need to shove all the time.
Yeah.
Sub 15.
Bones goes all in here, and we'll take it down. Bones, if you remember, finished.
At first, I thought it was because of
He finished 5th in the main event last May for 109,000. That was his biggest ever cash win, and that was right here at the lodge. He's wearing an old Rounders shirt, which is now the Lodge San Antonio. If you want to
It's just based on
go to the Lodge San Antonio, it used to be Rounders, a great club, and Bones paying a little tribute
31 and 21.
to the former club that is now known as Lodge Card Club in San Antonio.
See Dustin open here. See if Thilo wants to find a 3-bet, but just ends up flatting in the cutoff. This could be a good candidate, but I think ultimately Bone should be folding Queen 10.
It looks so good, though. It's 40% to a royal flush.
It does, and if he finds a 3-bet, his stack doesn't really have enough for him to 3-bet and then just fold. You're losing a lot more, so he just calls here.
Yeah, gonna make the call. Chris again with ace-2 suited. I think he just had that hand
I mean, he's priced in at this point to make a call.
in the big blind, and we will go 4 ways to the flop for the first time.
And this is
Today.
really rare, being 6-handed.
Couple diamonds for Thilo.
Open-ended for Bones here. Thilo with the diamond draw. Dustin with the gutter to the Broadway. I don't see Chris hanging out for much longer. Everyone has, just about everyone's outs in this situation here.
5 bets, 200.
Kind of like Thilo's hand a little more. It's going to be tough for Bones here. Not quite sure what best play is.
Wow.
7 call,
Bones is coming along with the open-ender.
1 fold.
And we'll say, wave goodbye to Chris. Dustin with the gut shot. Going to come along.
3 players.
So the pot is building over $1 million, 1.2 million in the pot, and turn, no diamond. So Dustin's ace 10. 10 will be playing, out kicking everybody. Big pot.
And Dustin rep here, opening under the gun and just getting a flat. He's losing most of the time here, and then after checking the flop, see if Thilo wants to put some more chips in. This hand blocks a lot of hands that typically, you know, should have range advantage, so he can come with a lot of bluffs here. Blocking straights, blocking Broadway.
Looks like he's going to bet about almost half the pot here.
I like this. I like this bet.
Bones is going to exit. Yeah, almost exactly half the pot.
I'll see a call here. Kind of literally waste, like, putting chips in for a gut shot. Because you're losing to all the king, like some sort of small, like king jack, king 10. King 10 of diamonds. Queen 10-9, which he has a 9. Dustin has a 10. He's double gutted at this point. Actually, yeah, queen or a 9 is good for Dustin.
Wow, he's very close to making this call. Got it carved out. He lays it down.
5 wins.
So Thilo is going to get it through.
Forgot to ask.
Oh,
A little bit of good time for it, too.
would it have changed?
You tell me. No?
Predetermined. After the festival? Like, ready? And sit still.
Whatever you want to believe,
Of course,
buddy.
I flip a card on the deal.
Of all the conspiracies that you
I do
believe.
that.
Ooh, good idea.
Four fold.
Of all the nonsense you believe.
Five fold.
I think winter is going to arrive in the Austin, Texas area. It's going to get a little cooler here. It's been
Continuously shuffling.
very seasonably warm
You tell me.
the month of December and into first week of January, but going to get some 30-degree weather, which for our part of the world gets pretty cold.
Still waiting on that LeBron news.
Oh,
See Chris being
Chris
contagious here and
Wow.
rips.
All on this.
It's actually pretty okay. It's actually good because Roger should be folding a lot, but just overall, he can find any paint and just call. Because Chris's range should be extremely wide, just ripping into the small blind with,
But I mean,
I believe,
I also don't like
sub
LeBron.
10 bigs, 8 bigs.
because it's 10.
Diamonds, Roger on way out in front here.
You play much?
I've played once recently with the guys.
So Chris can only win with an 8 here.
Yeah. So Roger's going to get the much-needed double up. And he's going to breathe a little sigh of relief and get a little break from being the short stack.
There is a chop available too, which,
Yes.
didn't happen. But
What do you say? Like these things where you go to get a 10.
hand for hand.
Oh,
guys,
like a
so
straight
they're
hand?
gonna over
Yeah,
and
it's
do
straight hand, like-
So it looks like we just got word
Oh, yeah.
that they're going hand for hand.
looks like we're down to the final 10. So they're going to move the big blind out here. So I guess
Yeah.
Roger's moving out. Or, sorry, Dustin's moving out here.
Yeah, Dustin will leave us. So that means we're down to 10 players. We normally have how many players are up top of the screen, but won't have that tonight. We'll have to tell you that manually. We are down to 10 players. You are watching
I'm in, there's like a pickleball chat.
the
We did a tournament.
New Year's
played with any of them.
resolution tournament.
But, yeah, I like that.
What a tournament it was. So many people, and there you see
And he's for
stacks at the table here.
Okay,
We're going to wave goodbye to Dustin. So Thilo and Gordo with 40, 45 and 44 big blinds. Chris 41. Roger now and Bones are the shorties, 17, 18 big blinds respectively. respectively. I want to give a big shout out to our stream sponsor, Club WPT Gold.
Why, yeah.
Is the newest sweepstakes model online poker platform available in the majority of the United States and Canada. There's no subscription necessary, and players can play online for both cash and prizes. Once you sign up at clubwptgold.com, players will have the opportunity to purchase gold coins, a currency that is used for play money games on the site. At the same time, players are awarded an equal amount of sweeps coins, the sweepstakes currency that can be used to play in both sweeps cash games and tournaments for both cash and prizes. In short, it's a brand new site where you can play poker backed by the
Really
World
quick, there's 10
Poker
left, so we just
Tour.
need to lose one more to get to the final table. So we will be hand for hand. During hand for hand, the clock will be paused. We'll take 2 minutes off the clock for each hand played. If there's an all-in and a call, please hold the action until told to run it out by me. We don't want results at one table affecting action at the other. Dealers, when you're done with the hand, just cross the deck and you'll be holding up. Okay?
There you go, Michelle. Very well explained, Michelle. We're so lucky to have Michelle. She was from the Vegas area, one of our tournament directors, and she's done some big events, so we're lucky to have Michelle.
All right, I'm ready.
So she explained we're going hand for hand. That means each table will deal a hand and then stop until they're told to deal another one. And the reason for this, folks, is so one table isn't just tanking and waiting out the other table to make a pay jump.
Action in the 7.
10th place, folks, paid $28.66. 9th place, $38.06. So we are on a money jump of $950. want to give a special shout out to Walter, who had a time in the hospital this weekend, and Walter's getting better. We look forward to seeing him back on the tournament. He was out here playing yesterday, this very tournament.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, and then he was.
Final table bubble.
Oh no.
Well, me mostly.
Yeah. I was about to say.
We're gonna see a 3-bet, or sorry, looks like an open here from Dustin out of the big blind. Blind versus blind. This definitely looks like a fold. Giving that expression. Yeah.
2 fold, 5 wins, hands over.
Listen,
So we will pause and wait until we get word
oh, it's
to
always close if I'm, if
go
I'm
to the other. That the other table is
I
dealt.
like the ball.
Big shout out to everyone in Chatsville. Glad you're joining us. We expect a big turnout. Sunday night poker is pretty popular,
I like mine too.
I like seeing a flop with that.
and they're playing for some big money. Up top, $43,617. What a way to start the week off.
One raises to 120. Two fold, 5 fold.
See if Bone wants to defend here.
I mean, you get a walk if I had, you know, trash.
Not a bad
real
hand to
trash, you know.
defend with.
not
I
like
don't
I'm
think
trying
he
to
should
play
be
any
expecting
big
a lot of Jack 10s here, but definitely within the range. But being short-handed, his range could be extremely wide.
7 call, heads up.
No one hits the board, but Chris is open-ended here with 1 diamond, so some backdoor diamond draws for him. Should be putting some money in, maybe about 110.
1 bet's 110.
You need to peel a card here. Definitely doesn't hit any of your range, but
Blinds 30,000, 60,000, 60,000. We will have a 2-dealer rotation, each dealing an hour. Final table Kev is our first dealer, and then we'll have Bellagio Anthony, 2 of our great dealers. And this year we've added 2 new dealers, another Kevin, and an Elisa. They will be part of our stream dealing team. We had a huge tryout. Lots of dealers tried out, and we're going to add 2 new dealers to our talent pool. Looking forward to seeing them on the felt. Pocket pair for Roger, who just got the double up.
be just finding an open size here.
Oh,
Or
He
just
goes
rips.
all in. He just rips it. Will anybody wake up with anything? Gordo does not.
2 wins.
So Raj getting those blinds. Every orbit right now, Andrew, 150,000 of your chips going in, and it's a fast orbit with just 5 people.
It is, but you know what? We're still 5-handed,
Yep.
and they're gonna clearly slow down in pace in general. So we're gonna see like the pace of hands go pretty quick, and then just wait for the outer table to catch up, or vice versa.
Two fold, 5 fold. fold, one wins, and it's over. Man, you're fast.
Oh, for a second you missed it, actually.
10 players remain. We will play to a winner tonight.
Nate's probably going all in every hand out there.
Nate's crushing over there, man. I don't know how many, he must have had, I don't know how many million he's got.
5 raises to 125.
Thilo with ace queen raises an all-in moment with the crabs for Bones.
Probably gonna see folds all around unless someone wakes up with something big. Thilo's probably gonna end up snapping this off.
5 calls.
Good luck.
There's the call. So we'll have an,
Look, all in.
for this is for Bones Tournament Life on hand number 18.
You see him. Kevin, please do the right thing. I know. Do the right thing, buddy. Come on.
All right, we
Can he hold?
to run it out.
One time.
And Bones announcing one time.
Yeah, just one time.
All right.
So far,
Not
so
bad.
good. Needs to fade the ace or the queen. Fade the ace or queen, and Bones gets the double up. Does.
And holds. That's great. Good double for Bones here.
You didn't mind the board pairing deuces, I guess.
That's fine.
Huge pot there with the crabs. And a big sigh of relief for the Yinzer.
Great job, Kev.
Nice answer.
Grew up in
Washing, ready.
Pittsburgh and now has lived in Austin for over 20 years, an Austin legend.
Seven fold,
10 remain.
8 fold,
Started on air with 12 remaining.
1 fold,
Once another is, oh, here's an all-in moment from Roger. Once another is eliminated, we will have our final table and everybody will
Thilo
move in
with
here.
jacks here is gonna snap it off.
Wow.
That's a,
Wow, that's pretty sick to see that blind versus blind 5-handed.
So this is for Roger's tournament life. Looking for a king or a queen, has a couple overs. Against the jacks from Thilo. There's the queen. And Thilo, in successive hands, may double up short stacks. Thilo looking for a jack. Doesn't come. And so now Thilo
Nice, Raj.
is the short stack. Boom, boom. Doubles up Bones. Doubles up Roger. And when you double up somebody, two players 2 times in a row, your chip stack is going to suffer. 2 million chip pot.
the plate itself.
Are we leveled up? Or no, 1 more. Yep. Got it.
All right, someone bless this hand.
So now Thilo
Level, guys.
blinds are still 30,000, 60,000, 60,000. Once again, the chips values, orange chips are 5,000, sky blue chips are
Trying to remember what-
25,000, and the red
Trying to
chips are
remember why you don't play
100,000.
tournaments.
8 folds. 1 fold.
I think I'm still gonna win.
Thilo just said, I think I'm still going to win.
All in.
All in with ace-8.
Pretty bad.
It's not too bad, actually, Bones.
25. I can't call it 25.
Really definitely want to call that, though.
Hand is complete.
That's good.
So Thilo in the small blind is going to take that one down.
Definitely doesn't need to call with King 5, especially with that big of a jam. For most of his stack.
What's your position? North position.
Chris with king, queen of hearts here. I don't see an open.
One raises to 160.
Oh, the blinds are up. I'm sorry.
Blinds are now 40, 80, 80. So now every orbit, 200,000 chips are going in, whether you want them to or not, out of your stack.
Roger just calls with 10s here.
Thilo, a pocket pair. A short stack. Will he put it all in here?
Five fold, seven fold,
Halo should be folding.
8 fold.
There's one of Chris's kings there. Ace, ace, 4. Definitely in Chris's wheelhouse here. Don't mind seeing like a small bet. Or if he doesn't want to bet at all, check is perfectly fine. You're just so nutted normally after you open, but
One bet's 125.
goes about quarter pot.
Roger, a non-believer, says, I've got tanks. I'm proud of them.
I think it's a fine call. Now
Roger
Roger.
now with a flush draw, too. Chris with the gut shot to Broadway. He'd need a rare 10 that would give Roger a boat. So
One bet's 425.
king, queen, or 10. 10 would not do it for him. He needs,
A 10's actually, yeah, 10's bad for him.
yeah,
It's
10
bad for Chris.
horrible for Chris.
I like the sizing here. It just tells him, like, he has so many. He could have some clubs here. King, queen of clubs. Ace, king. Maybe ace, king off. The king of clubs. Gets it done with that bet.
I'll just block the camera.
On my shelf, 25.
You're too short.
Right now, we have 10 players remaining. 5 on this table, 5 on the outer table. We are playing hand for hand.
Can't show pre-flop.
Each table will deal a hand and wait until the other table is finished, and then go ahead and deal another hand.
I don't know if I played it better.
Once again, the reason we do that is so one table doesn't,
Make good
That was a good flop for a
Tank.
player, but
and let the other table bust before them to get the pay jump and the final table.
it was a good one. I think my club might have been good if I called there, and it came.
2 fold.
But well played, sir. Well played.
5 raises only. 7 fold.
950.
Elo ripping king 10 off from the cutoff for about maybe about 12 bigs. Chris just has jacks here, just snaps it off.
With a call.
Respect.
Feel like
Doesn't respect it.
So Chris with the jacks. We've seen the jacks a lot tonight early. And this is for Thilo's tournament life.
Feeling nervous?
Thilo, who doubled a couple people up, saying, hey, return the favor. Let me get to double up here.
Well, it's up to you. You're all in. Do what you want.
It'd be a nice shape.
2 million chip pot.
It's bad reg American tradition to stand up.
Yeah, it is. It really is.
And that plays straight and on call.
Just dogging on the Euro here.
Show a little respect.
Yeah, show some respect.
You can keep getting
I
one.
could have called you on the river just to see it, really. But
Good luck.
I can't draw the flush.
Don't know what we're waiting for here.
We're waiting for the outer table right now to catch up.
Raul's rooting for me.
Raul's rooting for you.
Brian not calling me with ace jack.
Oh, I didn't realize I thought they started their hand already.
They're just waiting for the other hand table to finish the hand so that they can run out this.
Oh, what must be happening is, well,
It's a hand for hand situation.
And if the eventual player that busts out 10.
They should be getting more money.
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
okay, here we go. This is for Thilo's tournament life. Needs a king or a 10. actually a king. Now he needs
Any jack.
jack.
Actually,
six.
Jack's bad for
Yeah,
him.
6.
It's only a 6.
Hey, good
So
game.
Thilo is eliminated. So that'll do it. We will have a final table now.
Can't tell you.
Well, I'm gonna sit on the stream in
We're
20
just
minutes.
we're just getting started. No, you're
Thought it
here with us,
was
bud.
6.
No, I'm gonna go outside and
So
check it out.
what's going to happen right now, folks, is we're going to have about 8 minutes while we get the final table situated, and we will have everybody here. While we're doing that, let me tell you about a few things. There you see it. First place right there on the board, 43,617. Second place, 29,900. Third place, 21,000. Fourth place, 16. And there you see it. Ninth place, everybody's locked up at least 38.06. We'll come back for 35 more minutes of 40, 80, 80 in about 7 minutes. We'll get everybody mic'd up. But let me go ahead and tell you about some things here going on at the Lodge. As we mentioned, you're watching the New Year's $100,000 New Year's resolution tournament. The $100,000, throw that out the door. It's $231,000 in the prize pool. We're very happy and thankful. 933 entries in this tournament. So let's talk about what's coming up. First of all, let's tell you about some great promotions. We had this weekend, the Black Chip giveaway. We're going to also do it on the 24th. So mark your calendars. This was a lot of fun. We're going to have $100 winners every 15 minutes, and then a $200 winner the last 15-minute drawing of each hour. Just giving away money, and that's going to be on the 24th of January. We also, keeping the giveaways going, let's tell you about the $5,800 Lucky Seat giveaway, January 17th, coming up 6 p.m. to 1 a.m. We're going to have a $200 winner every 15 minutes. So put those on your calendars as free money giveaway. In addition to that, folks, the Lodge Bad Beat sitting at $260,000. It goes up $1,000 every day. Folks, all that money comes right from the Lodge. It does not come from any player promo fees. It's strictly Lodge funded, $260,000, the Lodge Bad Beat. Why wouldn't you play your poker right here at the Lodge? So we told you about the giveaways. We told you about that. How about what's coming up just around the corner? The Lodge Championship Series coming in February, early March. It is our flagship event of the year. We've got the main event. It's a $3,000 buy-in, $1 million guarantee. Another tournament in that tournament, the $500,000 guarantee. That's a $400 buy-in. That's February 19th through the 23rd. You don't like a $500,000 guarantee tournament for the LCS? How about the $200,000 buy-in? So lots of tournaments for the Lodge Championship Series. It happens to be our flagship event. For more information and to find out which tournaments work out best for you, go to lodgepokerclub.com or Poker Atlas and find out which tournaments. That's next up, folks. That's the next big one. Of course, we'll have our 3 daily tournaments that we have each day, and we'll have the Art of Poker and the big one, re-entry, all that. But Lodge Championship Series, that's exciting stuff coming next month, believe it or not. So we told you about a lot of things. Did I mention Odds Bar and Bistro? I've had my lunch there 4 out of the last 5 days. Folks, let me tell you, I had lunch today with my lovely wife. I had the steak. My wife had the fish and chips, and we split it. We cut everything in half, so we got a little taste of everything. The other day I had the Nashville chicken sandwich. Very tasty. What else have I had? Oh, yeah, I've had the salmon. Salmon is top-notch. So Odds Bar and Bistro. And what's exciting, folks, is the launch, the grand opening of Odds Bar and Bistro. We're all going to do it this weekend, Friday and Saturday. if you go in and dine in the restaurant, which is right next door, it's literally where the old lodge used to be, right next door. You go and dine in next Friday and Saturday. If you order an entree, they'll give you an appetizer of your choice, absolutely free, to celebrate our grand opening, January 11th and 12th. Remember this appetizer, complimentary appetizers, just for dine-in. You can't get it while you're sitting at your table ordering your Odds Bar and Bistro food. They won't give you a free entree. You can still order an entree, but a free appetizer. But Odds Bar and Bistro, a very, very great place. We're so excited about it. Andrew, I noticed you had you were eating a little bit today from Odds Bar and Bistro, and as a restaurant owner, pretty impressive place over there.
It looks fairly nice. Obviously, a new restaurant needs to work out some of the kinks, but I think it'll eventually get to a good, happy place for the players here in the room.
Yeah, the thing about this restaurant, folks, is right away it was busy because of the players ordering food in the room. You can actually sit at the table and look at the menu on your phone. We have a little QR code at each of the tables, and you can order. And every hour that you playing cash in the room, you order $1 comp time. If you're a tournament player, there is no comps to be earned. But if you're a cash player, you earn $1 for every hour you play. We've got so you can order it straight from your seat, and right off the bat, this has been a pretty popular thing. So Odds Bar and Bistro, we're minutes away from getting started in our final table, and I was told it was about 8 minutes, and we're about 6 minutes from that 8. Going to have an exciting final table. You got Bones still in it. You got Nate Kogel still in it. You got Roger Franco.
Yeah, Gordon on there too.
Gordo's in it. So a lot of lodge regulars. From what we know, we believe Nate Kogel has about 25% of the chips, could be even more, but we'll find out shortly. So he's going to have mounds of chips here when we see him.
He's pretty aggressive. Now that he's accumulated so many chips, you're gonna see him be in a lot of hands, put a lot of pressure on some of these people, and then obviously most of the ICM is gonna come from him. Most of the ICM pressure is gonna come from him, seeing who has the shortest stack here, which I believe it looks like Jackson with about 1.7. So Roger right next to him, and also Bones and Jason as well. So obviously everyone has about 20 bigs, and
yeah, everybody's locked up 3806. The first pay jump goes to 5,044, so about $1,250 pay jump from 9th to 8th, and then it starts getting excited. About 1,800 from 8th to 7th, then about 2,300 from 7th to 6th, and 3,000. Then it goes 4,000, 5,000, 8,000, and then the biggest jump, obviously, from second place to first place, $14,000 difference between first and second place. So those are your pay jumps. We will have a break in about an hour and 15 minutes. You will not be experiencing that break. I thought with just 8 minutes, we'd go over some things that we needed to tell you. Listen to Slick Rick and the Tranimal. Andrew Tran, who is busted 13th. He busted right before we came on air. He was in a hand we discussed earlier, ace, king versus queens. And here we are. Here is the final table. And Nate Kogel with 7.5 million chips. You see over 2.5 million chips more than the next person. And he's got 94 big blinds. And then we got a bunch of people, between 24 and 21. Half the table is between 24 and 21 big blinds.
Well, 3 different
so
times.
most of these players are gonna try to find ways to chip up one blind at a time. Try to chip down some players. The bottom of the pack is pretty close, so they're all gonna fight to chip up and not bust 9th here.
So here we are, an hour and 15 minutes from the first break. Nate Kogel, King Jack, with a mound of chips, and so dangerous. So dangerous is Nate. Certainly one of the crushers, one of the first draft picks you would be choosing in a lodge tournament. Somebody would be choosing Nate Kogel for sure.
So you're going to see a lot of just opens from Nate probably, and just no one really wanted to defend. Like, that bottom of the pack is going to be really close and should be fairly tight in general.
Nate's wife also a fantastic player, and they're got a young family.
Not very talkative for the stream, but you know, can't always be that way, can it?
Chad's going to open here. The 8-5 suited. Played with Chad for a little bit today, and seems like his range is pretty wide. As you can tell with the 8-5 suited open here. Roger with Jack 10. Gonna fold.
So final table here, 9 players remain. Bones in the big blind. Says, give me something better than 9-3.
Nervous?
Short stack. Roger and Jackson both have the same exact amount. Jason, just a few chips more.
My first live stream.
This is not his first live stream. We've seen him in the Monster or something, I believe.
Yeah.
This is probably one of the serious rooms I've ever seen at a final table. Looking around at everybody, it's like usually 2 or 3 guys are just happy to be there.
Roger trying to liven up the table here.
Yeah.
I like the finish today a lot. I don't want to have to come back. I did not. Usually those.
Roger's my water still over there.
Nate's going to put lots of pressure. He's in the big blind.
Yeah.
Looks like he is just going to make this call
This is the
with
trick.
A6.
No. All right, cool.
And Nate's got that stare down.
I really like him leading here, but you know, hits his range a lot more. See if Chad goes for a bet here.
That's 150.
Now it's warm in here again.
It is. It's hot.
Could see Nate calling here.
Back and forth.
I don't think they want me to mess with
He does. He has a bunch of backdoors. Straight, and maybe a flush draw.
There's the flush draw now for Nate.
Check. We're going to see probably Chad go a little bigger. I want to say like 650 if he's on a bet.
350.
Oh, 350. Quite small.
I think that's going to do anything for Nate here.
He's going to give him a price to get in there.
He makes the call. So the jacks for Chad in the lead. Nate looking for an ace or a heart. There's the heart. It's good to have the nuts.
It definitely does.
It's the effective nuts. It is a board pair, but the effective nuts, right?
Yeah. sure what Nate wants to do. I think he should just bet here. I'm not quite sure. Maybe half pot would be great. I think he's gonna get a call out of the jack. Nate, he just checks back too much. If Nate checks here, just takes the showdown. You should want to try to ultimately try to get, you know, value out of your hand.
Wow.
About 850. About half.
There's the call. The rich get richer. Nate with a 3.2 million chip pot.
Really love the sizing from Nate here.
850.
I like my backdoor clubs. Remember? Were you at the table when I hit that hand? You weren't there
I
yet.
don't think so.
No, that was
Yeah.
before you got there.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
But he had been on the turn, right?
And
River?
two of the chip leaders going mano a mano. They usually don't like to get involved.
They don't. They don't. They obviously want to pay jump, but, you know, having their stacks, like, I don't think they're going to lose too many chips a lot of the time unless some big collision happens.
It's tough losing a pot like that. Chad wakes up with the sailboats, raises the 200,000. Roger Franco, very methodical player.
Jackson with about 1.6, probably gonna call here. I wouldn't mind seeing you know, a flop with that hand, defending the big blind. But this is a final table, so you know, Rangers are always going to condense and tighten up a little bit.
Who wears the bald head better, Jackson or Bones? That's all I gotta ask you.
I can't count to this.
Is Roger almost there?
Roger's close. Looks like Bones paying tribute to Bruce Lee on his T-shirt there.
A lot of tributes from Bones today, out from
Yeah.
Rounders to Bruce Lee.
Yeah.
Bones is just gonna fold in the cutoff. Deuces here.
Nate with 9 million chips of the 27. He's got a third of the chips in play.
Justin opens King 8. Wow, here we go. And then Chad just has jacks here. Should be putting in a 3-bet, probably closer to maybe 450, 500. Playing out of position.
Gonna make it 400,000. Back to Dustin with just 1.8 million chips.
Don't really like calling here and just folding. But playing in position maybe gives him a way to call. Just flops top pair here. Yeah, just snap checks.
All in, Chad says.
He just rips it.
Just rips it. Dustin, flopping top pair is pretty darn good, isn't it?
Yes, it is, but you're always losing to a lot of sets here that he could have, especially like 9s here. But I don't foresee him having a set of kings. And you should always be c-betting a lot of your kings anyways after a 3-bet. Even if it's a small bet. Not quite entirely sure if Dustin can find the call. But this is a one wild spot to be in.
It looks like he's going to lay it down. I don't know. He picked him up like he was about to throw him in. If he makes the call, a huge favorite will lay it down. Chad, nice play from the man in the Houston Texans hat and the shirt with a bunch of tennis shoes on it.
Dad, how many of those pairs do you have?
What's that?
How many of those pairs of shoes do you have?
I've got most of them.
Do you
I
really?
don't know if I have all of them, but I got
Yeah,
most of them.
that's cool.
Badass.
Wow.
I thought maybe you did. That's why I asked. Because
Stupid. I spend a lot of money on shoes.
yeah, I thought I remembered something about that. Kind of
A
cool
lot of
though.
mine on stupid stuff. And
When you saw that, then you had to get it, right?
this was only $16 to buy this. I was like, yeah, snap.
Snap call.
Roger with
I'll get
the
some compliments
Ducks.
from Roger. They
Just
even got
folds.
compliments from Roger. This was worth it right there.
Absolutely.
pretty big spot
And I'm
there
not
for
very
Dustin.
hard to squeak
For
one out.
Exactly.
Dustin there.
Bones Big Slick raises to 160. Will anybody come along with him?
1.52 to start.
Chris, the ever attractive Queen 9 suited. It's going to come along in the big blind for just 80,000 more. So 440 in the pot. There's the ace, top for Bones.
So see a c-bet here out of Bones. Maybe 150.
Little less, 125. And Chris says, let's deal another hand. Big shout out to Club WPT Gold. They are our stream sponsor and will be for the next year. Club WPT Gold is the newest sweepstakes model online poker platform available in the majority of the U.S. and Canada. There's no subscription necessary, and players can play online for both cash and prizes.
Blessings. Blessings.
Great overhead shot of our felt with their logo on it.
And that WPT tournament in December is always amazing. I didn't get to go this year,
yeah.
but you know, always a really good turnout.
I got to play in that free roll. Skull was out there. It's just such first class organization. They do everything right. Nate in the hijack with a ton of chips.
I love his opening, like range here. Always into the smaller stacks. Not quite sure if Chris is gonna call here.
These are the times you need
I
to
think
watch.
he should be
You know what I mean?
3-betting
Can't
if
everyone
he
have
decides to be in the hand.
Hey, Ben, Roger, I haven't seen you in a minute.
Not too
I think
bad.
calling
man.
is relatively
Don't get
bad,
around my
being
parts
out of
too much.
position.
Yeah.
Anymore.
I'm pretty much here for tournaments, and I
Back
play
home?
cash at Red Star.
Yeah. So you're living here?
I'm still in Austin.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm at Lamar and St. John's.
Good hand to
Reason I like
defend
going
here.
to you.
No, we're still.
Maybe some 3-bets out of this hand as well.
We just stay on our little.
But we just see a call?
radius for the most of our
Nice.
lives.
That's kind of the way I've been getting
Not
with
too bad.
South.
It's gonna
Pair
hit
for Nate.
bottom pair for Nate.
Or are you playing mostly here?
No, not
Check,
this
check.
first time I've been in a couple of weeks. I mean, I'm just like
Some
Where we're
clubs
currently
and
Straight
some
flush possibilities for Jackson.
double gutted here for Jackson with the flush draw.
somewhere.
Even to a straight flush draw.
Yeah.
I like this bet here. You should be seeing a lot of folds here.
Play the mixed games of Red Star.
But just
I played
150,000.
Hold'em, but they were getting. a good
Nate's got
decent
9
set.
million chips.
People like,
He says, why not?
Yeah.
pots.
So there is the straight,
We had a 5-10 game on Thursday. I
the
think.
nuts for Jackson.
I think Chad knew that.
Looking good in his Wayfarers.
I bet the lodge would enable something like that here.
Not quite sure if
give them a
Nate
little-
should be
I like
wants to call here.
support the Red Star. I like to support the local.
Losing to so many hands here. The obvious ones like
They gotta be
some
political.
It's always-
flushes,
it's like- it's a
10,
home game,
10-8.
too, so it's fun.
That would be out of the big blind range. 8-5. Some 10 combos.
Oh my
Just
God.
rips. Oh no.
He rips it, and Jackson's going to get the
Puts
double
him
up.
in the spot, but he's repping diamonds at this point.
Yeah.
Nate unblocking diamonds here.
He's got a call, right?
Yes,
Does.
and
He
finds
makes the call.
Nice.
And he's going to get the double up. Did have. Nate was repping diamonds there.
Spot where you-
That's scary for your tournament life.
Typically is with Nate, you know.
What makes Nate such a great player?
You know, he's very aggressive in a lot of spots that he's in. He obviously knows how to use his range and image in his favor. You're gonna see a lot of like
Nice one.
wild stuff from Nate. I typically want to say. I've seen him 3-bet with 10-5 off during the WPT main a couple years ago, which was wild to me. And
You ever go to
you know, he could say like you're just blocking some most straight draws with the 10s and the 5s.
Too many other
But,
fun places to
He
get.
claims it to be his favorite hand. So
Right here.
Wow. Nate with 96 big blinds this late. There's 27 million chips in play. He's got 7.5 million of them.
Oh, man.
Forget
It's been,
stop. That was the best.
I've been in there forever.
Saw Dustin is the short stack. 1.2 million chips.
Kind of a
The only
testament to
temperature
what's
settings
been
was
going on in
like
Texas.
60 and 80, yeah.
You don't have to go anywhere.
Exactly.
So Chad here with ace queen off should be opening. He likes to open a little bigger, about 2.5x. From what I've noticed playing with him, and obviously the first few orbits of the stream here.
That's been my experience.
Want to thank everybody for tuning in. Close to 1,000 people already watching. Let me know where you're watching from all over the world. The commentary and the chat are not exactly lined up in sync due to the fact that we don't want you to have to experience any breaks. So we're ahead of where the chat, we're lagging a little bit from where the chat is and where we are. We're ahead of the game. Gordo, who started off this live stream extremely hot, has gotten a little quiet. This time he's got king, queen suited, 40% to a royal in his hand.
Mr. Cappuccino? You finish that cappuccino?
Dustin jamming threes here. Should be snapped off by Gordon here. 1.1.
It's right over a mil.
It's about 14 bids, 13 bids.
Dustin with the crabs. Gordo, a chance
No snap, but should be calling a
to
lot of the time.
eliminate a player.
Doesn't like it. Thinks that he might be repping like maybe some sort of ace.
Gordo in the blender here.
About a $1,200
gonna lay it
pay
down.
jump. So pondering that 1,200 right there. Pretty tight fold. I think a lot of players would just find the call there. Gordon committing most of his stack for it, so probably thinking about longevity of his stack, which is an okay fold in that scenario. Chad's gonna open here. Ace-7 off. Corner should be folding, yep. 8-4 kind of hard bend here.
Tell you what, Lodge has been hopping. I've been playing a lot of poker the last few days. Played Big O last night. Came back, sat down with some young vloggers from the Northeast. First time ever at the Lodge. Want to give them a big shout out. Got a chance to play with them.
Did they enjoy their time here?
Yes, they loved the Lodge and Texas poker. Young vloggers. Gotta love people getting into the content space and doing what they enjoy. It's a lot of work.
Definitely, and if they're especially vlogging for, you know, for poker, it's
Yeah.
great for the community, and, you know, obviously like builds up for everyone.
Yeah. Gordo Ace-4. Bones in the big blind, just 80,000 to call, but he doesn't want to put any more money in there with King Deuce. Yeah, you know, a lot of people say, well, it's pretty crowded space, poker vloggers, but why not? They want to do it. The cream will rise to the top.
I mean,
Those, right?
some of our owners here, you
that's
know,
okay.
are
Yeah,
godfathers to the vlogging space.
yeah,
Thank you.
absolutely. And people have different
With different styles.
goals
Yeah.
and styles for sure, but different goals on
guess
their
we're there.
content. Some want to make a living at it. Some just want to do it to express
I was wondering if
their creativity. So here's Ace Jack suited for Chris.
That's my dream. What's up? What time we got started? All right, so I'm behind, I guess. I would have got you whatever that was. What is that? It looks like a blue moon.
Jellyfish, the electric jellyfish.
Oh, is it? Yeah.
That's good. No, dose is perfect.
So Chris will take down another one. You see at any time the player's chip stack is at the top of your screen.
I've heard that from you before. 9-4, right?
Best hand to fold.
One of the better ones.
Sorry. This hand.
You gotta walk? You gotta walk?
Goes in smooth with no regrets.
Yeah, 5-8.
Take it back. No.
Seed 8 raising to 20,000. Seed 9 fold. Seed 1 fold.
Chad opening
200.
king queen off here.
Seed 1 2 fold. Seed 3 folds. 4 folds.
Bones with the Gretzkys.
1.6 million.
Gonna make it 1.6 million. That is, should be all of his chips. It is. He's all in.
That's all I need.
Yeah. I like this. I like this jam here out of Bones. See if Chad calls or ends up folding here.
But I didn't table my cards when you said good luck.
I thought he was calling when he said that.
Yeah, I know. I had to look up as soon
20
as you said good
bigs
luck.
is
I
a
was like,
huge rip. But takes down the pot though. Which is great.
I don't know. Maybe
Slightly chip up.
that's a lot. That's,
I want to thank everybody for joining us. Schedule
maybe
next
the king was
week.
Brad, I would've called him.
Looks like Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday next week. And
that is a
little PLO on Wednesday. I'll be in the bunker for that. I'll be in Wednesday, Thursday, and Saturday. Greg Potter will be in on Friday.
Where's your card reader at?
right here.
Austin could have some wintry weather
Tomorrow it sounds like.
this week. Yeah, it's this week. It's
Great for the FUD business. Let me tell you.
it is. It's. I guess when the cold weather, people go and eat that nice, great pho.
Yes. Nice and steamy.
Yes.
Chad defends here with the 5-3 off. After seeing the king 6 hand, probably wants to defend more.
Seed 8 checks. Seed 6 checks.
Oh, I like seeing a bet. It's fine too. Has a gutter to the straight. Has a pair now. He should be calling here for the most part.
So Chad looking for a 6. Doesn't come. 2 pair for Nate is good. But Chad is going to continue to fire 400,000 at a half-size pot bet.
I don't think he's repping any 8s or 9s. I think typically you can just donk into this. 8 should have more jack 10s too, so.
So Nate is going to continue adding chips to his stack. He's now at 8.4 million. Want to give a special shout out to Ricky. Ricky went deep once again in the tournament and left me a lottery ticket of which I won $10. Thank you, Ricky.
I had to try with 5-5.
The jerky guy, Ricky.
With 5 high?
I haven't had any of his jerky. I need to ask him for some.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah.
TKO and that turkey are my 2 favorite jerkies.
Yeah. I might have given it a little knuckle right there.
For me, yeah. Thank you.
Looks like the average stack's about 30 mil now, so.
Thanks, Roger.
Oh, yeah, you're welcome.
Decision.
So no one's been eliminated yet as we combine to a final table. It went very quick, and then it is run to a standstill right now. Happens in poker tournaments. You go through these walls.
Usually does right around, I would like to say right around like maybe the final 2 tables, everything starts to slow down and, you know, everyone plays a little tighter. But at final table, you're going to start seeing some massive pay jumps, so tighten up your range.
Oh.
Check.
Option checks, players.
Typically don't like playing like suited queens here out of the small blind, just flops it though. Dustin
Wow.
still drawing to
Yeah.
the nut flush here, but Chad just flops it.
Yeah, Dustin's in trouble here.
C2 bets 150.
I don't mind seeing a bet out of Dustin, which is great, and needs to, which is fine. The size is fine 3 ways. I like the raise here coming out of Chad though.
He raises to 350.
I think it's quite small. I think he needs to go up to 400 just to get more chips into the pot. But we're just
All in.
Just snaps
And a
him off.
snap call. And this is for Dustin's tournament life. Needs another club.
Does another club, huh? Good luck. Red, please.
About 7 clubs for him to hit. That's the ace here. Doesn't really help.
him. Needs a club. There's the club.
Oh my goodness.
Sit back down there, Dustin.
Just doubles up like that.
Almost at home.
Chad. He's going, what do I have to do?
1.36.
3 million chip pot. Bellagio Anthony. Dealing fire.
My goodness. What a wild hand.
Raise.
Just a raise and 3-bet jam, and it just gets snapped off with queen deuce. Second nuts basically. Third nuts.
Everybody's saying, oh man, I just missed a pay jump there.
They definitely did about $1,200 worth.
The $1,200 club for everybody. It's a big club.
Chad getting after it here with 7-3 off.
I see you got any reds? Yeah.
I want to say he's just going to call, but I would love to see a small 3-bet here. Just flops a set here. Like to should be checking a lot here. See if Chad goes for it.
Jackson flopping the set and just no reason. Just keep letting him bet into you, right?
I think he's gonna find a raise here.
He is. Gonna raise, and that should shut things down here.
It's a pretty wet flop. Chad could have Queen 10 here, which he doesn't. But you know, some of the hands that he could probably try to rep. Probably gonna just fold here.
Yeah. And blinds are about to go up to the easiest blinds that we could know, because we can figure the big blind ante at this level pretty darn easy.
Yeah, 5,100. Super simple.
Super simple. See, when Skull is in here, He's over there with a calculator. I do it in my head. You know, Skull's over there and he's with the calculator, and I've got the number spit out before he even types it in, and he calls me old.
Oh man, Skull. Maybe Skull has had a few too many drinks that night. Maybe.
Well, that's probably a given. I mean, come on. 15 minutes till we go on break. Blinds are now at 50, 100,000, 100,000. You see short stack at the table. 13 big blinds, and that will be Jason.
This final table is fairly deep in general, and no one's sub 10
No hands.
or even sub 12. So everyone's still looking alive. Nate with about 8 mil, still chip leading. Jason's gonna open here 320. Pretty relatively big open. Played with Jason most of the day today, and you know, it looks like he's a recreational. It's gonna open a little wider typically, but good enough to take the blinds down.
Sound like Turtle out there.
Thought we were going to have our first elimination, and then a River Club got in the way.
Gordon with ace king off should just find a 200K open. Oh, right. Sorry, we're up. We're up to 100K, so
Yeah.
standard open. Nate here with the jacks. Probably looking to 3-bet here, maybe closer to 550, 600, maybe 650.
Six raises. 530.
Which is a fine 3-bet. Oh, and Jackson with a big slick off as well. He's gonna probably end up finding a 4-bet. Geez, maybe 1.4.
1.4.
Good call. Nice call there, Tranimal. He does bet exactly what Tranimal says he should bet. And Nate's, this is going to be a fun one. 2 big slicks.
Definitely is. I see Gordon just ripping here, and then Nate probably should be folding. He might think he's up against aces and kings, but
All in. He does rip it. And now to the chip leader.
Nate should be folding a lot of the time after seeing all that action, a 4-bet and then a 5-bet. I mean, basically an effective all-in for Gordon.
1.72.
I mean, he definitely could afford it. Just about 15% of his stack.
Yeah, but he still has to play post-flop if it's not getting all in here. Jack's not really favorable in the situation with a button 4-bet. I think you're supposed to be folding queens a lot here too, so Jacks definitely should be folding. But we know Nate wants to get after it most of the time.
Nate Kogel, a tournament crusher, has won so many tournaments here at our club over the last 5-6 years.
Nice shot of his stack here. Those 100Ks in front of him, so about 6 mil in red, 1 mil in blues.
Yep. 100,000. So.
It's a very big spot, but ultimately he should be folding.
This is 1.7. 1.72.
Here's the fold.
Wow, that's
Yeah.
good lay down there.
Probably just gonna call here, and then we're gonna see both hands.
These are always the ugliest. Now, Gordo has the diamonds and spades covered. Jackson looking for clubs. The dirtiest of all would be an ace-king elimination.
All hearts. No one has
Nobody
hearts.
has hearts. Chop it up.
I don't have a heart.
Jacks would have held maybe.
Jacks would have held, and you would have had a double elimination and all the chips in the world for Nate.
Would have been a very sick spot though. Like ultimately, Jacks are a fold there after seeing a 4-bet.
Thanks for the scribble up.
Under the gun open, 3-bet from Nate. Button 4-bet. Gordon under the gun, effective all in. As the hand is played, you should be folding Jacks. Tough spot for a lot of people, but
You had me nervous.
Nate is capable of making those folds. Yeah. Even if he has queens, I think he's capable of making the
He
fold.
might have somewhere else, which he did. But
Could be aces, could be ace 7.
yeah.
Could be whatever, right?
What a sick hand. That was a really impressive hand. Nate should be opening here. Two and a quarter. Like the more suited varieties of aces, but you know, Nate's still chip leading at this table, so he could get after it quite a bit.
Which one did they say?
Nate will take those blinds. You know, blinds at this time, 250,000, 250,000 chips in blinds and antes
Yes.
to be fought after.
And you want to conserve your stack, especially knowing like most of the stacks in front of you or behind you might be shorter, like Roger and Jason. So Gordon doesn't necessarily need to defend with 4-3 off there, but just fold and go to the next hand. $1,200 pay jump isn't like that massive, but that's 4 buy-ins in this situation. Dustin, the cutoff opens. Bones defends with ace-7 off. Just flops the ace here. Both players hit a pair.
That's 175.
Like the simple call here. Relatively small, but it's a good size with Bones having the ace of diamonds here. Queen gives Dustin a gutty to the Broadway.
Bones still 77% equity here with his aces. We'll
Check,
go to
check.
the river. And a 5, but it is a diamond. Bones has the diamond in his hand, so he knows that.
He should be going for value here. I like the size here, just a little under a quarter. Or at a quarter. He should be getting called most of the time here. He's beating most 10s. Just folds. Good fold. I think a lot of people would just end up calling. There's some aces that he could rep. Ace deuce and stuff like that. Ace deuce of diamonds maybe should be check raising.
Roger at 12 big blinds. Jason 15 big blinds. Nate Kogel
With the chip,
80 big blinds.
massive lead over everyone. Chad always getting after it. 9-8 suited from the +1.
Gordo. Had jacks already twice
I like
through
the shove.
43 hands.
Good shove here.
Ooh,
Nate,
ooh,
wow.
Nate with the 9s. Oh my goodness.
This is an interesting spot as well. After an open 3-bet, I mean, Gordon just rips effectively a little under 19 bigs, 18 bigs.
As you see Chad with a 9 of his own, so
Yeah,
Nate is drawing very thin.
I think Nate should be folding 9s here.
Does.
After an open jam, like you're just losing so much of the time. Should be taking this down. I don't think Chad should be ever calling here for his stack effectively.
Nice, and you win. You win. You win.
That's the problem with opening under the gun. 9-8 suited. Like I said, you want to preserve your stack, especially at our final table, with shorter stacks like Roger, Jason.
So the second time in an orbit, Nate Kogel has had to lay down a decent pocket pair. Laid down the jacks against the all-in jam from Gordon with his big slick, and just laid down his 9s with the big bet from Gordo.
He's making some really good laydowns.
Yeah, that
for
is.
sure. And that's quality poker for a final table.
I think that is one of the big key differentiating factor of great tournament players is the ability to lay hands down.
Yes. This here with the jacks opens.
Wow, we've seen jacks a lot today.
We have. See, graphics try to catch up here. Gordon here with ace king off. He could go for a size right around maybe 600. Maybe even 7. I like 7 a little more because he's out of position. Actually, sorry, he's in position in the cutoff here. So he can go a little smaller, even 550. Doesn't necessarily need a rip. Might get snapped off by jacks here though.
Nope.
It's it's actually relatively big jam though, with about 24 bigs. And it's about, you know, two-thirds of Chad's stack here.
60.
I'm sorry, what was it? 2 point what? 360?
Yeah. 2.360.
Makes the call here. Huge.
Classic
huge hand.
flip here. Jacks versus Big Slick, hand number 44. And this would be for Gordo's tournament life. Gordo looking for an ace or a king. Boat for Chris. Still the ace or king is what Gordo's looking for.
Doesn't come on the turn.
Doesn't come, so Gordo will be our first elimination.
Good luck.
Good
Gordo,
game, Gordo.
will walk out of here with 3806 and a great tournament for him. First elimination.
Everyone got about a 1,200 pay jump. Now cash for 5K. Not bad for a $300 tournament, huh?
Absolutely.
You just checked on fair bit.
$300 tournament. This is what everybody bought in. 933 entries. The prize pool, a whopping 231,384, and we are down to 8, folks.
Put your burger?
What's that?
Put your burger back there?
Yeah.
Let's do it.
You want it?
No. I'll eat it right now. Shit all over me.
So this next pay jump looks about $1,800 pay jump. So we're gonna see some massive pay jump soon. So
Yeah. 8th place will get $5,044, and 7th place $6,879. So it's a difference of $1,800 in this next pay jump. Now you got to start really thinking about staying in
yes,
and letting the other guys bust. Don't get so aggressive that it costs you the ability to ladder up.
I always tell people, like, folding, you're gonna make a lot more money folding, and it's a marathon overall.
Good advice there. The big blind Chad stays in with his Jack 6, makes the call, and probably this flop favors his hand more than Jackson's.
It does. I think Jackson's gonna definitely see bet here. Relatively small though.
Wow.
And just rips. Chad just rips and just reps a 4.
Yeah. The big blind, low cards really would give you a much better chance of having those low cards in the big blind than a person opening in late position. You'd figure them for high cards. So he took that knowledge and said, oh, I think I have a 4 here. He didn't.
Graphics are a little off with the Thino being in there, but you know, that'll get fixed shortly.
I don't know how that happened. Thilo wish it was true. That's funny. Chad in the small blind. Going to raise here with 7 deuce suited. A little battle of the blinds, and he's going to take it down. Chad's getting aggressive. Aggression pays. 1,200 people watching. We appreciate y'all tuning in. our next break, we will not make you wait any. We're going to use our flux capacitor. I'm warming it up right now. I put some gasoline in it earlier. It's the generator is working.
I thought it uses like bananas and stuff. All right, Roger. Should be folding, yeah. 12 bigs.
5 folds, 6 folds. 7 raises, 250, 2 8 folds. 1 call. What's up?
Chad just having middle pair here. Jackson just checks on the big blind.
7 bets, 175.
Your start. Appreciate it.
I like the call here. Definitely it's going to hit more of Chad's range a little bit. 10 rolls off. Most likely Chad can't have some 10s.
See 1 checks.
$350.
Chad getting after it here. Repping a 10 or a 7 with which he has. $350.
See 1 fold.
Nice hand.
Thank you.
Chad, far and away, is the most action player at the table right now, and he is forcing the action.
I guess I get a point.
And aggression pays
I can appreciate
a lot.
how well everyone else is playing.
In tournament poker.
Me and you
I
both.
appreciate the play.
Me and
I
you
am
both.
just watching you guys and
3-5.
kicking ass.
Chad's definitely getting after it.
And Chad is not. I get the impression Chad is not playing for the ladder up. He is playing for first place.
He definitely is. He's definitely putting a lot of moves on and putting people in certain situations.
And how can you take advantage in this? Say, you know, if there are players where the ladder means so much, how can you find
I
ways
want
to
to say
take
he
advantage?
misclicked here. I don't see the second red. Sorry. What was your question?
Yeah, so how can you find ways to take advantage of the players at the table who are playing for the ladder rather than for first place?
I mean, ultimately, you want to do what Chad's doing and be pretty aggressive in spots. Roger's trying to ladder at this point. He's the shortest stack. Always gonna try to find some hands. Jason's gonna be handcuffed here, having Roger just a little shorter. So you want to just try to get after it in those spots, especially if they're in the big blind, such as Roger right now. Dustin should be ripping a lot of his hands into 10 bigs. Chris is gonna fold in the cutoff. We're gonna see Jackson here with 7s, probably gonna get after it. A little handcuff with Dustin right there in the small blind, but don't mind this rip.
All in for Jackson for
All right, this is like just indicative of what I've been getting lately.
remaining chips, and Roger will lay it down in the big blind.
I think it's a fairly big rip, but Dustin's right there, so he could be running into a lot of hands.
Turn the air up.
Some hands there,
Air feels
but
good.
that's a
Yeah,
massive,
they can't.
massive
I
jam.
guess
Get on a fat boy.
keep it at one temperature.
The Jerky King
Get a little toasty.
of Round Rock is in chat, rooting for
I'm fucking freezing.
Oh, no.
his boy Chad.
He got his little t-shirt shit on. Everybody else got a big ass hoodie on. Shit feels good on my fat ass. 5 folds, 6 folds. 7 raises with 250. 8 folds, 1 fold, 2 folds.
Already one elimination. We are at the final table. 8 players remain. We will play to a winner tonight. And Roger, with the Ducks in the small blind, says he does not want to get involved.
Roger just fold deuces here. Bones here with ace-5. Would love to see a 3-bet with this hand. What were you saying about this hand? The new big slick here?
Yeah, people love it.
Just finds a call. Ace-5 being dominated by that 6.
Like a blizzard.
King, king, queen.
The AC
Should be seeing a small c-bet here, typically from chat. Repping a lot of kings, queens. Just trying to get value out of the hand. Ends up going about third pot.
to get some hoodies while we're on break.
Yeah.
Good idea.
Make a little cash.
Yeah. Get a little merch.
Like the call here.
Sell them with the bargain.
Yeah.
So Chad hits his 6.
It's weird because it'll
See,
on, then it'll
I want to say Chad should be checking for showdown value here, which he does.
I wish 72 at my house felt like that.
I'm kidding.
Oh, shit.
Yeah,
cold outside
way
there now.
different.
Nowhere to counterfeit, but Bones does
Yeah,
That's how
I
like
think it was 60.
65
have
in my
quite a
house.
bit of showdown value.
It's the right number, and it's
Ends up
72 is hotter than hell. at my house.
putting a bet here for 375.
Bones about 40% bet here of the pot.
It's pretty suspicious. Should be, yeah. I didn't think he would call here in this
So the best
situation because of the
flop
flop call.
So Bones sitting at just under 3 million chips, about 30 big blinds, in good shape.
I really like that bet with for Bones.
Nate Kogel, the chip leader, just under $2 million in his Hendon Mob poker. Just an absolute crusher. Best live cash, $256,000.
At WPT 2 years ago, is that
Yeah,
correct?
yeah.
I believe he has a ring at Choctaw too.
Yeah, he's quite the player.
Bones defending blind versus blind. 8. Gutter to the wheel. Just goes check, check. Might just end up seeing a bunch of checks here. No one having connecting to the board. 8 might rep a 5 here. Nate definitely has a lot more 5s here.
Over 1,400 people watching right now. We appreciate those people from all over the world. Y'all love the tournament poker, and we love doing it on Sunday nights especially because pretty much if you want to watch poker right now, I don't think there's much going on live. So we hope you would give us a thumbs up, maybe even subscribe to our channel. Over 204,000 subscribers and growing. Ace high flop here. Jason with 10 bigs.
bet should get it done here.
Although we are a little behind or separate from you in chat, we're a little ahead of you. Big Raj, thank you for the super chat. Very generous of you. Big Raj was in our live stream this week playing some cash.
Yeah, good.
Hate to see you go, Anthony.
Coming on in.
Yeah, he usually kills me, but maybe just what I need.
This
This guy's usually my guy.
C2 fold. C3 fold. C4 fold.
Looks like we have about 1,400 and climbing, so good turnout for a Sunday.
Yeah. Lodge live stream is we're going to wave goodbye to Bellagio Anthony, say hi to Final Table Kev. The Lodge live stream, once again, hit that thumbs up if you're having fun with us. Also subscribe to our channel. We do 4 shows a week usually as we see the stacks. Nate sitting at 79 big blinds. So we're on 4 times a week. We do low stakes, mid stakes, high stakes cash hold'em. We also do PLO streams every now and then. We do a bunch of tournament streams. So a little bit of something for everyone.
Terrible fucking ass.
So, 6, what score?
It's like 31 to 9. A game's like 2-minute warning.
Yeah.
Huge shout out to all who are watching from all over the world. I saw Kiwi Colleen from Wellington, New Zealand, our favorite Kiwi.
Still gets
Wayne S., part of the Australian Mafia from Sydney, Australia, is tuning in.
second.
Fuzzy from Edmonton, Canada, home of Wayne Gretzky. I don't know if he's from Edmonton, but he played there.
1 fold.
Thank you all for tuning in.
Do the right thing, Kevin. Help me get even for the week.
Should be tightening up, especially with Jason with 9 bigs, a little under 10 bigs.
It was like 10-9 when I looked.
He should be opening here, much wider.
To 225. 6 and 7 4.
See if the big blind finds a hand here, can just fold or defend. Both solid options.
So I guess they didn't.
They did.
Apparently
They still beat the big grid.
Is
Is that what you're asking, Buffalo?
That's how they asked.
Pass 1.
Oh, pass one?
Oh wow.
Did they really?
I thought I saw Buffalo.
Oh sorry, Chris has ace 10.
Like to spite themselves and win.
Yeah.
Knock themselves out of the.
They still fight the head coach, too.
I'd rather see a 3-bet out of the ace 10 out of the big blind. But yeah, as is.
5 bets. 350.
Chad needs to get that beer off that wood. It's going to stain our credenza there. Come on, Chad. Get a table, for God's sakes. It's one right there.
Like the call here. It's definitely beating a lot of hands. Some good turn cards as well. Some to the wheel now. Gutter to the wheel. I think it goes check, check.
Five checks.
So the check mark. The ace is good here.
See if he wants to go for value or just take showdown. I think he's just gonna take showdown.
5
Ace high.
checks.
Ace high.
Ace 10 high. 8 wins.
So Jason and Roger under 10 bigs.
Chris being a force to reckon with. About 5 minutes till the break.
Yeah, you guys will not be experiencing any break here.
25.
I like the Dustin open with ace 5 suited. Roger ultimately just needs to Actually, I don't know. This is under the gun situation, so the fold's fine. Roger just trying to outlast Jason.
Call.
And Dustin about 19 bigs as well.
8th place paying 5,044. 7th place 68.79. Huge $1,800 pay jump.
Jackson's probably gonna end up finding a call here. So this hand looks great for Nate to, you know, take the pot down unless they find some ace or 5.
Ducks are good here for Nate.
There's some counterfeit outs that aren't really good for Nate. Love to see Nate put in a small bet here. Roughly about quarter pot or third pot would be fine. Just rep a 9.
That's 200.
I like this bet.
One fold.
He's gonna be folding a lot of hands out. Yeah, and just takes it down like that.
Slick Rick and Andrew the Tranimal in the bunker today is we will take you all the way home with this tournament.
Yeah, you know, just replacing Skull while he's in Biloxi trying to hit $250,000 probably over there.
People in chat here are saying they saw Skull and were so excited to see him. Please don't make his head any bigger than it is.
It already is already big.
With selfies and autographs. And Nate again with the jacks.
Raises to 220.
He's going to make it 220.
I heard he got a few autographs. He had to sign a few autographs in Vegas during WPT as well.
Yeah.
One fold. 2 calls.
Oh, wow.
So here we go.
About 3 ways.
3 ways to this flop. And it's a good flop for jacks.
Chris might be in trouble here.
Top pair for Chris. Also a pair for Dustin. Middle pair.
I think Nate might go about half pot, maybe even like 350.
Five bets. 360.
Pretty close.
Yeah, you got it down. Yeah, this is tough for Chris.
I think Chris is definitely should be calling.
Yeah, top pair here. On the button, in position.
Dustin should be folding, but he's just gonna find a call here.
2 call. 3 players.
They both have a pair.
Ooh,
Oh, wow.
2 pair for Dustin. Catches lightning in a bottle. Nate does have a club to go along with his jacks. He's the only one with a club in his hand. Big pot brewing here. As we're about to go on break.
5 bets. 600,000.
600,000 is the bet, and Dustin.
And it's not bad because, you know, Nate still has the flush.
Yeah.
Flush drawn to a flush as well.
Chris is saying, I still got top pair here, but I'm going to lay it down. So, Dustin, what does Dustin do here? He's just got 1.2 million. Be half his chips to call.
I think
Got to put it all in, right?
I think he's gonna put it in. Typically having 2 pair, but Nate could have some flushes here. He obviously has a flush draw. Could find some counterfeit outs.
Dustin's going to do a little inventory. All in.
Calling in the situation. There's the call. He just snaps it off.
So Dustin needs to fade a club
Or a 9. Or a 3.
5 out there.
There's the jack.
Oh my God!
The jack.
What a sick river.
Thanks.
I'm sorry, my hands worked up on
And
that end.
Dustin is eliminated. 4.3 million chip pot on the jack on the river. And we are going to head to break. You will not be breaking when we come back in 2 seconds. And just like that, the flux capacitor is working. We are coming back from our break. See, the players took a 15-minute break. You guys took about a 4-second break. We're moving right along. 7 people remain. 7th place will get paid $68.79. Not a bad way to spend your Sunday. We will be back. Blinds now at 60,120, 120. 7 players remain. Final table, Kev is in the box, and cards are in the air next break, 2 hours from now. Slick Rick, along with Andrew Tran, the Tranimal, in the bunker.
Tell me in my big one.
Always a pleasure being in the bunker with you, Rick.
Yep. It's always good to have you.
5 raises, 250.
So the story is really Nate Kogel, who has 10 million chips of the 27 million chips in play. And he's just so dangerous to begin with. Then when you give him more than a third of the chips, it just becomes... We added a new chip into play, so we got rid of... Actually, we didn't get rid of anything. We still have the orange chips are 5,000. Sky blues are 25,000. Red chips are 100,000. Now the big chips, the big purple chips, those are 500,000 in denomination. So we added a chip value.
That,
Change for 100,000.
This was the change.
That was that.
Okay. Sorry.
60.
I want to thank everybody for joining in. We're over 1,600 people watching us right now. Wow.
We're here like a month if I ever get a load.
We love tournament poker, don't we? Ace 4 suited for Chris.
we have about 1,600 people watching live.
Yeah.
Obviously, us having a small delay, but going up for a Sunday night.
Bones has decided to put his hat back on. It's a little chilly in the room.
Seven raises to 300. 850. fold. 1 fold. Three fold. 4 fold.
Players looking at the back board, the monitor showing
5 fold.
blinds and the pay jumps. See players constantly looking at that.
Typically, a lot of players are going to be handcuffed with Roger being only having like 695.
Yeah, 695, which is
Very boring with no NFL sweat.
about 5.5 big blinds,
Yes,
maybe.
it is.
Is there any
A little under 6, but
for credit? Fold.
right about that.
7 fold.
I don't think so.
You know, 7 15.
Yeah.
8 fold. 1 fold. Saw 5 and 17 got in there this year.
Really? I thought there was a. Didn't there used to be a rule?
3 fold. 4 fold.
You had to be over 500. I mean, you already
Jason
ran a pop-
right around there too in the big blind.
Oh, okay.
It was a reserve team.
Nate's definitely going to put the pressure
Wow.
on and just snaps it off.
So here we go.
Very appropriate for him to, Nate, to do that.
Classic cooler.
So this is for Jason's tournament life. Nate has him dominated here with his ace-10 versus 10-3. And there's the 3, though. Nate, could he bounce Jason out here?
And
No.
there's the ace.
Jason, the ace from space, and that'll lock it up.
Nice.
Jason, we believe that he's wearing a Lockhart Lion. I mean, a Lampasas hat, not Lockhart. Could it be Lockhart or Lampasas? Somebody in chat tell me.
Don't do me that way. Good job.
I was rooting against you, man. I gotta be honest.
Oh, no,
Nate should be just doing that in general, so it's not like the worst situation. Obviously, he could just wake up to some hands,
I
but
understand totally.
always being aggressive there, especially going into like 6 bigs or 7 bigs.
What was it, 120, 120?
Back in the game. Yes, sir.
Don't forget to mark your calendars, the 24th
Well, maybe I'll
of January. We just did this weekend. We're going to do it again, the $3,600 black chip giveaway from 6 p.m. to 1 a.m. Giveaway
No chance.
From the dead?
every 15 minutes. We'll give away some money. That's the next black chip giveaway.
8 raises to 250. 1 fold. 3 fold. 4 fold. 5 fold. 6 fold.
250 total. Is that right? 250?
Yeah, quarter mil. 7 call. That's it.
The ladies for Chris against the Dirty Diaper from Chad.
Nothing's connecting for Chad here. Chris should we have some bets here? Not sure if he's scared of some spades.
7 bets, 275.
Look through the spade over there. Oh.
Anyone else want
Light calling here. Great.
8 calls?
Ahead of most of his pairs with some spades.
So the check mark for Chris. Let's see if Chad decides to do anything. He, far and away, the most aggressive player at the table, in my mind. He and Nate, for sure. Wow, he's going for it.
That's 1 million.
Little under a pot-sized bet here on the river with, he's playing the board. He's playing the board. And Chris doesn't know what to think. He's going to make the call.
You win.
Shows the 3 high. Good heart from Chad. You got to love it. But Chris is going to benefit there and get an extra million chips on his way to winning that pot.
Great call.
Topo Chico.
Saw a comment in chat earlier about Bellagio Anthony, and he looking like a cross between Sean Penn and Sylvester Stallone, and that had me laughing. Whoever wrote that down.
Maybe Sylvester for sure.
I mean, that just had me laughing. We love Anthony.
Somebody was saying smart water the other day is better. Huh? Somebody was saying smart water's better. I don't think it is. Is Evian distilled also? Smart water's distilled.
Jason's probably gonna open here. Not bad. After he found his double there. Chad dominating his 9 with Jack 9 suited.
Chad down to 1.2 million,
wow.
and queens again. I think the same queens.
What a sick hand to wake up to. Button versus small blind versus big blind.
Chris goes all in this time, not messing around with his ladies.
Jason should be ultimately folding and should be getting it through at this point. No reason to call, but I did see a wild hand earlier today. Not from Jason, somebody else. I believe his name was Charles.
So Chris starting to heat up after coming back from break. All of a sudden, he's got 8.8 million chips. I'm sorry.
Right behind Nate.
Wow.
Was better to catch no cards.
What a way to come back from break. Getting ladies twice in a row.
30 surgeries. Like kidney stone stuff.
That was a pretty sick hand, you know, just button versus small blind versus big blind in that situation.
Distilled water's like the pure, distilled water, period.
Rogers putting all of it in
Water's the only thing he drinks.
with ace-6.
Only about 5.5 bigs.
Yeah, I mean,
He's got to make a move at some point, and he sees the ace and says, this is my move. And Chad,
Just a unit under.
with ace-9 suited, has him dominated. Makes the call.
Is all in.
And here we go.
Ace is dominated here. Looking for 6, but one of the 6s are gone, so he's drawing at 2 outs unless he flops some straight outs.
It was like a 6 on the flop.
Feels like a chop.
wow, greedy Roger.
It's like the 3 on the flop.
But then like a 9 on the turn or something.
And just flops a 9 here.
Nice thing. Good game, guys.
Maybe a 7? 7 would be a good sweat. No, and he's
It's
drawing
over.
dead.
Okay, Roger.
Good luck, everybody.
So Roger Franco, our good friend and your good friend, he's a lodge regular, and he is such a great tournament player. He will leave us in 7th place, and he will earn $6,879 for his efforts.
Nice little pay jump for everyone.
Roger always seems to be in the mix.
Hand with Andrew. Caught him off guard.
Orange.
Oh, this isn't bad in that position.
Everyone locked up about 6,800 at this point.
That was a nasty spot. Sorry.
Actually, 91.71. You know, Roger left with 68.79, so everybody now 6th place or better, $9,171.
Prior to that, just
Sections in the 5.
1,600 plus people watching right now, almost 1,700.
5 raises to 250. 6 and 7 fold. 8 folds. 1 fold.
Bones. With a Nate open, should just rip here. Yep.
Just under 2.4.
5 folds. 4 wins.
So Bones,
Nice.
Thank you.
2.8 million chips. Want to thank our great production team. They are knocking it out of the ballpark again. Had a tough time last night, not due to their fault, but just computers sometimes, you know, it happens.
I'm thinking
But
about
we're
it at the
back,
end of,
and
summer. I feel like
big
that.
shout out to them. If you think they're doing a great job, please type in Crew Rocks. Let them know. They will see and smile and know that somebody out there is thinking they do a great job. I know they do every single time. Wheezy, thank you for that comment.
Kyoto this time.
Great to have a first-time viewer here.
Yeah.
250. 1 fold. 4 folds.
Maybe Nate wants to get after it. Should defend most of the time.
False. Heads up.
There's the 8
Just out
for
flops
Nate.
him, but gutter to the straight here for Chris.
Both these players don't want to be playing against each other. They're the two massive chip leaders. Why get tangled if you don't have to? Let them eat the other players alive.
A good a call is here, great.
5 folds.
So opening range is still pretty high.
And the stare from Nate Kogel.
5 checks.
I'd put it up there with the Ivey stare.
Oh no, he has a Chris Foxen stare out. I mean,
Oh,
sorry,
yeah,
Alex
Alex
Foxen stare.
Foxen.
Yeah, that stare is
Alex Foxen and,
very intimidating.
even our own PLO Alex.
Yes, both Alexes.
So Nate
Should
with
be-
the 8.
See if he can find, just check probably on this river. Maybe try to rep this ace.
There's a million chips out there.
Ultimately, maybe I feel like Nate should be calling if he sees a bet here. Especially a small size, but it goes relatively big, about 650. Can obviously bluff. Unblocking diamonds here. I think he reps more like, probably reps Jack 10.
Good call.
Good call there by Nate.
5 wins.
Nate's gonna find these calls a lot.
First player over the 10 million chip mark. Nate Kogel.
Love this call from Nate. I mean, he's definitely trying to rep this ace, and I think you just have enough showdown with the flop and the check on the turn that you just find a call on the river. Even with, you might be losing
Cappuccino
here.
reward is here.
Nate just having a chokehold on this table at this point. Shorty with about 12 bigs.
Who do you say it was?
Who doesn't love a good 11 p.m. cappuccino?
7 folds.
Oh, yeah.
Who doesn't?
Bones just ordered a cappuccino from Odds Bar and Bistro.
By the gallon. This shit is good.
So much.
4 raises to 250.
Can I see them, okay?
2.8 to start.
Thank you.
5 folds.
Bones off the button, just gonna open. Probably just gonna take down the blinds as he does.
It was one of those that you love folding those things. Yeah.
I think Chris, good fold from Chris. I don't really like opening deuces under the gun. Eights here for Bones. Ace king for Jason should be just ripping at this point.
Raises all in.
I think Bones is just gonna call off. Should be calling.
1.250.
1.250, about 10 bigs.
Good luck.
Jason's all in for his tournament life. Bones with the snowman. There's the ace for Jason. Bones is going to need an 8-ball corner pocket.
How about a 10? Oh, some good outs. Actually, no, that 10 is not good.
No 8. The hearts get there for Jason. Didn't need them.
Not yeah,
Have the nuts.
Oh, I'm glad I folded. I'm very glad I
That
folded.
10's actually no good. So
Glad I folded. I'm so glad I folded. What a fold, though. What
Okay, we do the right thing here.
So Bones at the with the smallest stack at this point.
Would be your best anyways. My mistake.
Chad finds a double. Sorry, Jason finds a double. Leaving Bones to be the shortest stack on the table.
Five raises to 250. 6 full.
He should always be getting after it, but I think a fold from Chris is fine. Definitely with a bunch of shorties. Don't necessarily need to defend with 8-5 off.
Down to the final 6. We will play until there's a winner. It's approaching 11:30 p.m. Central Time. We will go until there's a winner. Don't know when that will be.
7 raises to 300.
Chad definitely getting after it with the button here. Really like to see a 3-bet Chris. Roughly about 800. Button opens are fairly wide. Chris grabbing a purple here. Might go a little bigger. Oh no, there we go. About 850 there.
150,000.
Jackson should be folding a lot here, and Chad should be folding.
$850, so.
Correct.
Oh, it's just gonna see a flop
Heads up.
in position. 8-6 suited. Don't necessarily like that, but
Gut shot possibilities for Chad and top pair for Chris.
I like Chris going about maybe half pot. Maybe a little less than half pot. Maybe even like 700. Or effectively puts them all in, honestly. Yeah.
Listen.
50. 7 folds.
350 gets it done.
Yeah, folks, lunch with Slick started last Thursday. We'll try to do this every Thursday, 11:30 a.m. over at Odds Bar and Bistro. Speaking of odds, the grand opening is this week, and you can go into Odds if you dine in the restaurant right next door on the 11th and 12th. If you order an entree, you can get a free appetizer on
8 fold. 1 fold.
Thursday, Friday or Saturday this week.
800 or
Bones.
not much more.
I like. Oh wow, Chad rips Bones in a spot here in the big blind. I think he should be calling.
1,040,000.
More than
100% calling,
All.
knowing the stack sizes.
I do.
Oh, cool. Take a flip. Next one. Good luck.
You should, Kevin, do the right thing here.
Doing the right thing here.
It's not the right thing. Kevin knows that's not the right thing.
Nine.
Gut shot possibility for
Nine,
Chad.
Jack, 8.
Looking for a Jack 8 or 9.
Jack.
Or an 8. Yeah.
Jack 8 or 9. Yeah.
For you.
Jack or 8.
Queen of diamonds, 10 of hearts, 5 of clubs.
9.
Looking for a Jack 8 or 9. Does not come, and Bones will eliminate Chad.
Let me see.
Chad is going to go out with 9,171.
Good game, guys.
Yeah, good game, man.
Say GG to Chad here.
God, I wish I did it on that bigger one.
We're down to 6-handed now. Everyone guaranteed about 9,100. You're going to see some ICM pressure now at this point.
I know.
These bigger jumps. I believe the next jump should be about 12K.
Good to go.
5 figs, y'all.
So about 3K pay jump for the next one.
4 and 5.
Yeah, good luck.
Great to see some locals at this final table.
Barn doors open.
6, 2.7, 8, 2.9.
6 folds. 8 folds. One raises to 300. 4 folds. Stack up your red.
Yeah. I think I started at close to 3.
Nate with 10 million chips. Just owning this table right now. He's been the chip leader since we've come on air,
5 tall. Heads up.
and he has not relinquished it. It got close with Chris, but
5 checks.
Wow,
you delaying
Jackson opening pretty wide here from the button.
there's the ace for Nate.
They should be checking here. See if Jackson puts a bet here. As he should, as he did open.
250.
Nate's just going to call for most of the time. And a queen rolls off.
5 checks.
Nate will check again and see if Jackson wants to take a stab at this.
Jackson should just check here and just give up.
He is going to fire.
Definitely
A lot of red chips.
I think Nate's just gonna call this off.
850.
I don't think he has too many queens. Maybe a lot of aces, but you're just chopping. So Nate just calling for a chop at this point. I think queen c-bets a lot with that flop. I think you're gonna see a call for sure, and Nate already has the chips cut out.
Good call. 7 high.
And Nate is just collecting chips now. Now over 12 million of the 27 million belong to that man right there, Nate Kogel. He is on a mission, folks.
Nate's playing really well. Typically he gets after hands, but he's playing extremely well, extremely tight. Not super tight, but enough to get value out of most of his hands.
It's like the reverse mush, though.
Never feel that way.
Short stack being Jackson at this point in the cutoff.
All in.
Jackson goes all in with 40% to a royal. Will anybody find the call?
There's nothing to do about it.
Jason can't. Jason will
Definitely
fold
not,
in the big
yeah.
blind. So Jackson is going to pick up, at this point, 300,000 in blinds. So there you see above, Jackson is the short stack. Still with plenty of chips, though. He's got 1.9 million chips. $15 or so big blinds. A little bit more.
He should be getting after it here. Just opening about 250.
5 races, 250.
Jason with the kings here. About 20 bigs. See it's a 3-bet. Probably about 800, which is fine too.
6 races to 750.
750 is fine.
8 folds.
Nate's just gonna fold.
5 folds, 6 wins.
That's all.
I see.
Five players remain. We came on air with 12 players. We've knocked out 7 players. We will stay until there's just one remaining. As they head into the week, one of these players is going to win 43,617 plus that trophy right there in the corner of your screen. Very sharp trophy. You do not want to run with that trophy.
It's very heavy too.
Yeah, all of our trophies. It's like
Nate getting definitely opening great hands. Jason should be defending here and just calling.
1 call, heads up.
heads up. Nate dominating Jackson here.
Should probably see a fold after Nate bets. Oh, it just checks back. They should have some small bet here. Goes about half, a little under half.
One fold. 5.
I think he could have got it done with the C bet on the flop, but you know he delayed it.
One fold. 6 fold. Eight raises to 250. One fold. 4 fold. 8 wins.
We'll go on to hand number 76.
Six raises to 250. 8 fold. 1 fold. 4 fold.
Let's see one more time. Sorry.
Nate, ace queen versus ace 8 here. Again, dominating.
I've almost calls.
50, right?
One more unit of.
Sorry.
5, 5. Heads up. 5 checks. 6 checks. 5 checks. 6 checks. Five bets, 375, 6 calls, pair of eights, 6 wins.
Nice end.
Sounds good. Focus.
Buddy.
You're gonna see
Yes, sir.
Anthony back in the box now,
Inshallah.
5-handed.
Anthony?
Short stack being Jackson.
That was a good river for you. But
Yeah, it was. I didn't think you were that strong either.
me either. Me either.
You're watching the New Year's resolution tournament. This was a $100,000 guarantee. We ended up with a $231,000 prize pool because 933 entries over 8 different flights, including one in San Antonio and 1 turbo flight. I wonder if any of these players qualified by playing in the turbo flight this morning. That started at 9 a.m.
I don't think any of these players here at the final table came from the turbo. See a C bet for Chris here.
Raises the 250.
Bones opening with Jack 10. Chris is probably going to put a 3-bet here in maybe about 750, maybe even 800. I don't think he should be going any smaller than this. Goes for a mill.
Nate with a pocket pair and 11 million chips as the clock signifies we will be going up in blinds after this hand.
He's just going to call here.
There's the ace, though, for Chris.
CD plus 550.
Nate's gonna find a call here and then just probably just check fold turn if there's another bet.
Both these players with heaps of chips.
I foreseen Chris checking, even maybe putting a small bet in. Nate can have some 10s here. Yeah, I think Nate's gonna check back, but or he could rep a 10.
Goes check, check. 6 ball for Nate. Doesn't come. Chris with the check mark. 3.5 million chips, and we're going to have a new chip leader for the first time today.
Let's see if Chris tries to go for some value at this point.
CD checks.
I don't mind the check for showdown, especially out of the big blind.
C5 checks.
Yeah, just takes the showdown at this point.
So Chris now is the chip leader for the first time today. Nate Kogel is not the chip leader since we've come on air. Still very close, though. 10 million chips. So between the two of them, they've got almost 21 of the 27 million chips.
Bones just trying to stay alive along with Jason here. And Jackson. 3 of the short stacks.
All in?
All in from Bones.
And blinds have gone up to 75, 150, so
Oh,
very
wow.
appropriate.
Yeah.
Under 2.3.
So 375,000 every 5 hands from your stack is going in, whether you want it or not. And
Chris should be calling most of the time here.
we've got a pocket pair from Chris. Hand number 79.
Just see real quick. Yeah.
he will go all in. So this will be for Bones Tournament Life. And it is a fair fight, almost a 5 million chip pot.
Definitely a fair fight.
There's the 8, and Bones will be heading to the rail. Unless, runner.
How about a 10? Nope. Oh.
It's done.
Done. Definitely done at this point.
Bones will finish in 5th place, and he will walk out of here with 12,152. And all of a sudden, Chris is taking over this table.
Yeah. Everyone gets a pay jump, about 4K pay jump, so.
I see.
Great tournament once again by Bones. And we're down to our final 4.
They should be squaring up a little bit. Nate's going to move into about the 3 or 4 seat.
Folks, if you want to play on this Lodge live stream, other than making a final table, you want to play on one of our cash streams, get in touch with that man right there. That is Skull Mike. He has a huge fan club in Biloxi, Mississippi. He is being bombarded right now by autograph seekers.
Oh, man.
And selfie hounds. But get in touch with that man on his Instagram or Twitter, @SkullMikePoker, or reach out to him via his email, skullmike@thelodgepokerclub.com. Let him know when you're going to be in town. We'll try to get you on the show.
Make sure you tell him how great of a poker player he is, too.
I got to say this. I got to say this, man. Skull's a pretty damn good poker player. He plays both cash and tournament very well. We've got an all-in moment. I don't want to say it when he's here, though.
Yeah, don't tell him. Don't make his head bigger.
Yeah. All-in moment for Jackson with some Broadway cards.
Oh, man. This is an interesting situation. I think he's going to find a call here.
Wow, and Nate is dominated.
Yeah.
And Jackson looking for the much-needed double up.
Only 3 outs for Nate. Maybe some more if it comes pretty small, pretty low. Not the worst flop.
Looking for a 4 or some help.
Oh,
now he can hit a 4 or a 3. 3 or a 4 for Nate Kogel.
7 outs.
Doesn't come.
Nice, sir. Thanks.
So Jackson is going to get the much-needed double up and go to 2.5 million.
Always is. Always is. Never easy. Sorry to disappoint. Go.
That was fucking 3.
4 players. Remember, 4th place gets paid $16,279. 3rd place, $21,000. So there is a $5,700 pay jump here between 4th and 3rd. And with Jackson being the short stack, Jason's trying to at least ladder up one more time between. I mean, we're headed. What this is looking like, it's headed towards the Chris and Nate showdown. But you never know.
Yeah, we've seen Skull spin it up from half a big and
Yes.
just get that massive pay jump.
Absolutely. It's
And-
happened before.
Jackson with the ace-king off. That's fine. Doesn't need to get too crazy to take down the blinds here. Being four-handed. Jason's going to defend here.
Big slick. Jackson looking to win another one.
Jackson with middle pair. Just checks.
Jason.
Jason just snap checks. Jackson just snap checks back. Let's see if Jason can find some value out of his hand. The check's fine too. Ultimately, I think Jackson's gonna fold. ripping off the button with ace king isn't that bad of a situation. Especially with Jackson's stack. Just take down the blinds, but he ended up opting to try to find value out of his hand. Chris with 13 mil. About half the chips in play at this point.
Yeah, since we came back from break, he has been all gas, no brakes.
Been making the right moves. Eight's gonna open for sure here. With the button.
Chris, wow, Chris is just in fuego right now. Ace queen suited, 13 million chips, feeling it, really feeling it right now. Jason's got to be careful here, playing a hand against the chip leader. There's the ace for Chris. Chris deciding what to bet here.
So you go too big.
750 is the bet. That should get it done. And it does. So Chris continues to add to his chip, approaching 15 million, and he is at 15 million. More than half the chips in play are in front of that man right there.
You don't believe
We'll see later.
You don't believe me?
I feel like Nate's gonna be handcuffed at this point. They're all sandwiched in between. And, you know, he just handcuffed with, you know, Jackson and Jason being short stacks here. See if Chris gets after it, just gives him a walk.
Big shout out to our great moderators tonight. I know VW Bug had to leave, but Yoda of Chatsville, Jim Bonnick's also doing some work for us.
Jason with the aces should just click to 300. Maximizes value out of his hand. Shouldn't be jamming in any way. Should, for the most part, take it down. See if Nate wants to peel. Which he does.
Queen or a 10 high flop would be disastrous for Nate here.
It definitely would.
All fives gives Jason the boat and pretty much a lock.
Jason's gonna definitely a bet. Maybe about 3. Oh, okay. He goes about half pot. Takes it down.
You flop quads?
No. Did I let out a little sigh or something?
Yeah.
That's funny.
They're the second best thing to quads.
I rivered quads earlier and didn't get paid, but you know, I had a weird situation. It wasn't necessarily an angle, but I had someone just move up their chips and pull it back.
Just a little bit.
Interesting. Hey, I was proud of myself last night. I folded aces over boat.
Oh, wow. That's an impressive fold.
I knew the guy had quads. I just knew it. The way he bet, I just felt it.
Chris really getting after it here and open under the gun.
It was in different game, though. It was in Big O. But still. We're down to our final four, folks. This was a $300 buy-in, and what a tournament it was. 8 different flights, even one in San Antonio.
Did we get a few San Antonio players in?
Yeah, they played today. I don't know if any of these players played in the San Antonio flights, but we did have one flight in San Antonio that sent a few people up here.
It should be opening about maybe 350 even.
Exactly. You've got your numbers down there, Tranimal.
Do my best. I think Chris should be just calling at this point. Just defending.
Playing another hand. The 2 chip leaders and the other 2 guys just sitting back with popcorn, hoping something happens here.
This is going to hit Chris's range a lot harder. I like seeing a check raise if Nate decides to bet.
$250.
Full bet's 250.
And just ends up folding. Just loses to all the ace highs, king highs.
I love that blue hat, the Poker Atlas hat. I've got one of those too, but I'd love to see Nate in a Lodge hat. Lodge
just have
merch.
to gift him.
Yeah, Lodge merch. Well, you know, he makes a lot of money. He can buy one.
He can buy one.
He can buy one. I mean, you own a business. You know, you want people to pay for your stuff, right?
For sure. How about a small discount?
A discount is fine.
Yeah.
Discount is fine.
Jason with ace jack should be just ripping. Or just clicking 350. Looks like he wants to go a little more.
Raises to 360. CD folds.
Should just take it down at this point.
Shout out to our 2 great dealers today, Final Table Kev and Bellagio Anthony. Our game host, Safi, Flick Rick, and Andrew Tran, the Tranimal, in the bunker. And a host of crew we call our crew. Somebody on camera, audio, graphics, and a producer. A lot of people behind the scenes to make this show rock.
Shove get through.
Takes a lot of people.
Damn it.
275.
You just paid it, bro.
Huh?
You just paid it.
Yeah, I was trying to pay it again.
Okay, Chatsville, who do you think is going to win? Who are you cheering for? We need to know. Who's going to take this $43,617 home?
CD folds.
Jackson's an all-in situation here.
All in.
Yep. Gonna push it. Ace 10. Jackson on the button is going to take down 375,000 chips in blinds and antes.
A lot of chips in front of Chris. He's going to be defending the big blind pretty heavily with this chip stack. Ooh, wow. Jason just has ace king here. Oh, wow. Looking for the trap. And Chris just has ace jack and getting dominated by ace king, who just limps.
I'm all in.
I like the jam here. Back jam.
And what's Chris going to do here? He's with ace jack.
You're just
Four-handed.
very nutted when you just limp shove, back shove.
Yeah, not much. 2.5, 2.6.
So I don't hate the call.
He does make the call. And we will have, this is for Jason's tournament life. Chris is dominated here. Needs to see a jack.
King in the window.
Yeah.
Needs a 10.
No, it's over. So Jason's going to get the double up. 5.7 million chips.
What'd you say it was 2.7?
That's 2.7.
Doesn't really hurt Chris that much. He still has close to 12 million chips.
Now Jackson's going to be
Thank you.
the short stack.
Yeah. He's going to have a target on his back.
He definitely is. Everyone's playing for a ladder at this point. I believe the next pay jump is I don't know, 15K.
Well, you go from 16,000 for fourth to 21,900 for third.
Yeah.
So it's about 5,700.
Yeah.
Hey, jump.
Yeah, fourth is guaranteed about 16K, so about 5K pay jump, like Slick was just saying.
CD folds.
It's a good fold.
CD fold. 6-1.
Not the best fold, but still, like, being out of position, the fold's fine.
Jackson hates to fold when he's in the blinds, and especially in the big blind that he was just in. I mean, it's like, man, that's so much of his chips.
Jackson might just end up opening here again. Doesn't necessarily need to go too big, but he's gonna go 4 1/4.
CD fold. C1 fold. C4 fold.
And all of a sudden, Jason's starting to cook. He's got 6.5 million, and he's closing in on Nate. So since coming back from break, we've had a few eliminations and some shifting. as expected, of the chip stacks. As far as changing chip leaders,
Thank you.
Nate with the ace deuce off. He should be opening in some manner or just calling, which is fine. But he should be ahead of a lot of hands.
he is going to raise here to 475.
Won about a little over 3x.
Jason's, who's won the last, has had a good orbit, says maybe my orbit will continue here. See the equities, Nate's slightly ahead. Neither player has any of that, so Nate's ace out in front puts 500,000 out there. A little less than half size pot.
About 3 bigs, 3.5 bigs, which is fine. Gonna get a lot of folds, especially out of the big blind defend.
All in here from the short stack. Jackson with ace jack. Will anybody wake up with anything to call him? Nope.
Very situational. 3 deuce is definitely not a calling hand in that situation. Maybe like king 7 would be okay to call, being four-handed.
Nate under the gun. It's going to raise it here to 350 with 4-5. Uh-oh. The Cowboys for Jason on the button.
Really want to see him 3-bet kind of small, maybe about 850 to 900 would be fine.
C6 raises to 850. C8 folds.
Should be getting a lot of folds at this point. Don't see Nate calling. You're ultimately fold. You're just playing 5-4 suited out of position, but Nate gets after it. Queen, queen, 9. Jason's definitely ahead. Nate's always just not good in the situation. I don't think Jason needs to go that big. Go about 600, 700. Should get a fold out of Nate. The stare down from Nate. I feel like it's been as an aggressive stare down lately from him.
really, really contemplating this. Does lay it down. And Jason, who was on the brink of elimination 20, 30 minutes ago, is now 7 million chips. Just behind Nate with 7.7 million. Chris with Big Slick here. Seems like that's the raise of choice here. 325. On this level. Don't forget, January 17th, coming up. $5,800 lucky seat giveaway. $200 winner every 15 minutes. My God, the Lodge. With between that and the bad beat and the gridiron money we give away every Sunday this during the football season. My goodness, folks.
Closest thing I'm gonna get to a walk, isn't it?
What's that?
That's the closest thing.
Giving away a lot of money here at the Lodge.
Flat.
Plus, you get $1 comp every hour of cash play at the restaurant. Bad beat, sitting at $260,000. Why wouldn't you play your poker here?
That's 250.
See that much hope.
250. See 6 4.
Schedule, as I mentioned, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday next week. This coming week, actually. It's already Monday morning in Austin, Texas.
I get some change. What do you want? 5 reds works.
6 races, 2 Chevy, 75.
No problem.
Jason's going to fire out here into the chip leader. Pretty darn good flop for the Snowmen.
Checks.
Gut shot possibilities. An 8 won't do it, though. An 8 would give Chris the boat. So really, Jason looking for a 9 or a 10 only.
25.
didn't play that very well.
Jason says he didn't play that very well. Don't be hard on yourself,
think I heard you beat, but-
Jason.
Why did I play that fucked up?
Don't know what time we will finish. Wish odds was open this late. Friday and Saturday, they close at 2. Every other day, they close at 11 p.m. Because if it goes too late, I may want pancakes. I'm kidding. I love pancakes. I don't remember the last time I had them. All in moment here. Not on my diet. So Jackson able to tread here, being the small blind. And we are approaching hand number 100 since we've come on stream. We've been on for about 3 hours. Getting a little over 30 hands in every hour. Nate in the big blind is going to make this call. So he and Chris back at it. Both players with a little something something here. Top pair, decent kicker for Chris. Pair and a gut shot for Nate.
That's 350.
Just a call there from Nate. Pair with a gut shot. There's the straight for Nate. And he checks. Just checks. Hoping Chris gets a little spicy. Check, check. Chris does not bite. Ace on the river. Something Nate kind of likes. Hoping Chris hits something of that. Don't know if he'll be checking here. Reaching for chips.
About half pot.
Thank you.
See if he makes the correct fold here. He should have a lot of aces, but he definitely doesn't have an 8. If Chris can find the fold, it'd be great. Looks like he wants to call though.
Does lay it down. It's a good lay down, and Nate says, I should have got paid there. Should have paid me off.
Yeah, I zoned the fuck out there for a second, sorry.
Folks, we did a roll call a few hours ago. Let's do it. Let me know where you're tuning in from all over the world.
About 1,700 viewers, and then would like to see some thumbs up, some likes.
Hit that thumbs up. You're having some fun with us. Couple diamonds here for Chris.
You get huge hands or get fucking up. So this is good.
So Jackson is still the short stack. Blind's about to go up here.
I mean, Jackson has gone several orbits, trading at about 1.8 million.
We're about 100, 200, I think.
Yeah, blinds just went up, so blinds are now 75. Well, we were just at 75, 150, 150. I think they're up to 100, 200, I believe.
Should be.
Graphics will change here in a minute.
Chris should be defending yes.
So these two back at it. Nate ahead equity-wise on a 4-4 deuce board.
Nate should be c-betting a lot of times just to gauge where he's at. Doesn't need to go too big. Looks about 250. Finds a queen here to pair. I think Nate should be checking back a lot here. See if Chris goes for some value. I want to say about maybe 550 if he wants to find some value out of his hand. Doesn't necessarily need to go too big. Most of his hands break off. Should take it down with a small bet. Like I said, maybe about 550.
Reaching for more. 925, about 3/4 pot size bet here.
I don't think needs to call off. He has some chips cut out.
Queen.
So Chris, who was at one time had, I believe, 15 million chips, sitting just under 14 million right now. 4 people remain. You see that. Blinds are 100, 200, 200. We are 37 minutes from our next break. Once again, you will not have to participate in any breaks. We will not make you wait. We're going to use my flux capacitor and take you through time in 2 seconds rather than waiting 15 minutes for a break. Because that's how we do it with our flux capacitor. Don't ask us how do we do it. Secret. It's a secret. Three players. 3 of the 4 involved here. The only one with a spade and the spade
Utensils like
is Jason.
all in.
Jackson, though, top pair,
I'm all in.
goes all in. Jason reshoves. So here we go. And this will be for Jackson's tournament life on hand number 103.
Do something. Let's go.
All spades, yeah.
King or an ace.
Nice hand.
There's the spade, and it's over. So Jackson, who played the short stack as good as he could for as long as he could,
Good game, man.
and it will end for him on hand number 103. 3.6 million chips goes over to Jason, and we are down to 3. Congratulations to Jackson. He will walk out of here with $21,974.
Yes, he was big.
The buttons here, yeah.
Yeah, we're good. I'm good going.
And we're down to 3. Chris, about double the other 2. And Safi, the chairmanator, playing the chairmanator tonight. She will get rid of the chair.
Hold on. We got
Gosh. I'm thinking he's big blind. My bad.
you guys hear that.
So, so what happens if I were?
You're gonna just get a warning. It's on you.
So a little action out of turn here.
Am I allowed to answer his question?
Like what?
He's holding his raise 425.
The only way his bet changes if I act differently than check.
All right.
No, if you raise. If you raise, it changes.
Right. Only it changes if I act different than what he's got out there, basically. If I check it or if I fold, it stays.
2 pair for Nate here.
C4 text.
Hoping Chris fires out something.
C4 bets 500.
You got it.
CD folds.
How much do you have?
4, 6, 7.
7.2.
Huge shout out to Ricky and Elisa, Big Raj, all with the super chats tonight. We appreciate it.
CD raises 425.
Nate and Chris have been fun to watch tonight. They have been battling. Jason, with the Ducks, says maybe I can ladder up here if these two get involved. He folds, Chris folds. Nate will take it down. Nate with the Cowboys here.
C6 fold.
And Chris, King 4 offsuit. In the big blind, decides to come along. 1.15 million in the pot. Oh, the Case King and the 4. So top set for Nate. 2 pair for Chris. Watch out, folks. Chris thinking he's sailing along here, hitting gin with the 2 pair. Little does he know. Nate with top set and the check mark. Loving life, and there's the stare. He was chip leader for most of today, except for all but the last hour of this show. He's given it to Chris. And he just makes the call with top set. 2.6 million. Meaningless deuce. Will Chris unload here? 2 pair. He wants to do it. The 2 of clubs was a blankety blank. Reaching for a bunch of purple. Pot size bet. Almost. 2.2 million. And here comes the boom. Nate with the nuts. Nate. Here comes the boom. Say it with me, folks. All in. Nate looking at his chips saying, woe is me. How could I possibly win this hand? Just, I love that he put his calling chips out there when you know damn well it's all going.
All in.
All in. And Chris thinking now I could eliminate Nate right now. Send him on his way with my 2 pair.
Wow, can Chris find a fold here? He's getting beat by a lot of sets. Even King Jack. Ultimately, you're three-handed.
He makes the call. It's a 16 million chip pot. Over that.
Huge hand. This is for the chip lead, ultimately.
Oh, yeah. There's only 27 million chips in play. He makes
he
the
makes
call! He made the call, and Nate Kogel,
Good.
a monster pot. 16.5 million. And he played that like a Stradivarius.
I know. And Nate just finds the chip lead at this point. 2 short stacks with about 30 bigs from Jason.
Just holding out the calling chips and waiting there. Had the patience to just set it all up.
Oh my god. What a sick hand.
Unbelievable hand. Hand number 106, folks.
Thank you.
And Nate Kogel now, 16.5 million.
Has a little more than half the chips in play.
Oh, yeah, way more, yeah. 27 million chips in play.
He's going to have a chokehold and just open extremely wide at this point.
And Chris there, Andrew, Chris, something in his mind had to be saying, I can do it right here. I can eliminate the toughest player in the field right here.
He did say he had a bad feeling about the hand, so what a sick spot. But honestly, Nate being Nate, he has so many bluffs in this situation. If he misses his draws, that you should be calling most of the time.
Unbelievable hand that we just watched.
Scan my cards.
Wow. You know, tournament poker is such where you could get 17 hands of folds.
No. Oh no, Chris is not happy. He's dying inside.
Chris, now the short stack. He had 15 million chips 20 minutes ago. That's how quickly it can change.
Thank you, Anthony.
But as we wave goodbye to Anthony, say hello to Final Table Kev, but it's just, it's that thing where you say, man, I could get rid of this guy once and for all.
Let's see if we can even make it to the break at this point. If Nate's going to have a chokehold on the tournament.
Folks, want to give you one more reminder. Odds Bar and Bistro. It's been open for a few weeks, but the grand opening is January 11th, and this weekend, to January 11th and 12th, come on into Lodge, eat, dine in the restaurant, which is right next door. You got to dine in the restaurant for this promotion. This weekend, order an entree, get a free appetizer of your choice on January 11th or 12th. We'd love to see you at Odds Bar and Bistro. If you just want to play poker and eat from Odds Bar and Bistro, you can order right from the table, and the wait staff will bring it right to you. But promotion only works. You go into the restaurant this weekend, the 11th and 12th. Wow. My goodness.
Raised to 400.
I guess if it was anybody else.
That one was it takes your breath away.
4 folds.
Like I said, even Chris just said, against anybody else, I think he just ends up folding.
Wow.
Almost anybody else.
Oh, Jason with the 3-bet here with ace-4 off.
This guy could.
Pretty sick.
So here's a situation, Andrew, where Chris is sitting here. You cannot afford to let yourself go on tilt. You can't let one hand make you lose 2 hands or 3 hands or an orbit.
His hand on his head gives so much body language of him tilting off.
Yep.
Nate's,
420.
like I said, Nate's going to have a chokehold and just find open, really wide open 3-handed,
420.
especially in position.
420.
Like the number.
I have orange.
Jason doesn't necessarily need to be in the hand. You're gonna see a lot of defense from the big blind at this point.
Call.
8 calls.
Being three-handed with the chip lead, range is extremely wide.
Top here for Nate. Bottom pair
For Chris,
for Chris.
they should be going for a small c-bet, maybe about 300.
4 bets, 350.
Should have Chris calling one street at least. And just folds.
Buttons great.
And all of a sudden, Nate's got his swagger back. You know, he came back from the break and was taking some hits.
He definitely was until that huge hand, that huge collision.
Why you were questioning?
It was really bad on my part. Yeah,
It's almost disrespectful.
that was pretty disrespectful. Won't happen.
Still at 100, 200.
Chris, the short stack. Nate, more than double. Second place, Jason.
Gonna ultimately get a bunch of walks with Nate's stack. And he can open extremely wide.
And Chris still with 16 bigs. Got plenty of chips. He just gotta right the ship. Say, look, I went for it. I had a great, two pair with three-handed. Pretty darn good.
It's pretty sick when you go full pot and just get ripped on.
Oh my God.
Yeah, he's still thinking about the hand.
Oh, he's gonna probably be thinking about that one for a while.
Nate's gonna open this 4 deuce off. I don't like really limping here.
4 raises to 700. 6
Just takes it down.
Those hands allowed to fold. Queen fucking deuce.
Jason's gonna be handcuffed with Chris being the short stack and finding an 8K ladder.
All of them are fun to fold.
Just waiting for Chris to fold. To bust at this point with 16 bigs. Nate's gonna open again probably. So like about 420.
4 raises to 420.
Bigger.
6 fold.
Like I said, Jason's just handcuffed at this point, looking for that 8K ladder. Can find a defend here.
Calls.
These two back at it for like the 20th time through 112 hands. They've been battling all night long, more than any others.
Four bets, 325.
Like to see a check raise in some fashion just to see if he can rep a 2. Obviously he has a pair of 10s. Just want to get a bunch of folds at this point. Even going 800 is perfect, or even 850. Oh, he looks like he's cutting some chips out. No. About good sizing, 850. He can fold to a 3-bet here. He's just losing most of the time, but Chris is definitely repping that 10 or even the deuce. He's just gonna call. Don't really love this call.
Looking for an ace from space.
Now Chris with 2 pair.
Yeah, 2 better pair. 10s and 8s. Still an ace from space is what Nate is looking for.
Chris, I really like a half size, or even just ripping.
He does. He rips it all in.
It is all in.
He has a little hot size bet, so ripping is fine. 8 shouldn't be calling in any situation at this point.
Alright, so this is 1.795. 1795.
8 has calling chips.
Makes the call.
Nice.
So this is for Chris's tournament life. He's looking to get the double up here. Nate
Yeah.
Just
looking
drawing.
for an ace from space.
Don't really love the call from Nate, especially after how the action played out.
Doesn't come. So Chris gets a little bit back from that huge hand on hand number 106, the 16 million chip pot. Gets a little bit back, and he and Jason neck and neck for second in chips. Nate, 14 million, just over half the chips in play.
Six-fold.
See if Nate gets a walk in the situation. And does. I don't mind just limping with that hand. Chris still being the short stack here. About 30 bigs now.
There's the beautiful trophy for this tournament. Lodge, known for the amazing trophies. You do not want to run with that, though.
You definitely don't want to do that.
That is a sharp trophy.
4 folds.
Appreciate everybody joining us. It's been fun. I know people love the tournament poker. We see it every time we run some of these tournament shows. Get a lot of people tuning in. Over 1,700 right now watching it.
Out of the 1,700, we're only getting 250 likes. Come on,
Man,
guys.
they got-
Step it up.
Give us a thumb.
I'm ready.
I'll take a break, you guys.
Let's go ahead and do it as a group, folks. Let's, on the count of 3, let's hit that thumbs up. 1, 2, 3, hit it. As we see Nate hitting top pair.
Oh, Jason just donks into him. Definitely hitting more of the small blind range. He's just gonna call. Let him hang himself for the most part. Turns open-ended.
Six bets 800.
I like the sizing here from Jason. He should be calling. Doesn't like the call with that little gesture.
Four cuffs.
Queen River.
Yeah. 8 sevens are good here.
See if Jason wants to get after it again. Can have a lot of bluffs, a lot of misdraws. Can rep some weak sevens.
6 bets 1.4.
He should be calling at this point. He's only beat by ace-7. 6-4. 6-4 doesn't lead to gutter. And there's the call.
Missed. Listen.
Thank you.
Great call from Nate. Thinks Chris is still fuming from that hand.
Takes a little while sometimes. But
Definitely
there's no three-handed and definitely heads up. There's nowhere to hide. You know, full ring game, take a little break, at least in your mind.
8 call.
Three-handed, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide.
Definitely not when the ante doesn't come down like you used to.
Yeah.
You're playing for that ante most of the time.
Ace. 4 raises to 500,000 total.
I want to say Nate either has deuces or even ace deuce. Had most of his range.
First mystery hand of the day, card reader. There it is. He does have ace deuce suited and a king top pair for Chris.
Eight checks.
Chris is going to play in flow.
4 checks.
Wow.
Flush, nut
draw.
flush draw for Nate. Looking for an ace or a spade.
8 checks.
See if Nate wants to fire out something to maybe take this down right now.
I think he needs to relatively go small, but he goes
4 bets 525.
about half pot, a little
Yeah.
under half pot.
Yeah.
Just to get value out of his hand, even if he's not repping a king. You're going to see a call most of the time from Chris.
8 plus.
Nate looking for an ace or a spade. Gets the spade, Nate Kogel.
Oh my God, how good does Nate run?
Nate Kogel, runner, nothing funner.
8 checks.
Nate's going to look for some value here. I think he's going to get called by Chris, though. Although Jack-10 does get there. I don't see a lot of Jack-10s, but can have some Jack-10s after the flat. Doesn't have any spades in his hand.
This is what it looks like when you have the nuts.
I think if Nate wants a call, he needs to find something relatively small, maybe like 1.2, but ends up going for it.
4 bets.
Gonna definitely, I think, put enough to put Chris all in.
Yes.
He does.
And he's just so nutted at this point. Just going 2x pot. Nate wants all the chips. I think ultimately Chris is going to find a fold. If Nate went smaller, I think he finds a call.
Chris is gonna have nightmares on about Nate Kogel. And number 106 16 million. If he makes this call, it's dunzo for Chris.
I have a feeling he's gonna fold. Losing to all the sets that he can have after having a check flop. Only hand that Nate can rep here, or that flush, nut flush, even blocking some Oh man. It's a tough spot. Lose to a lot of 2 pairs at this point. Even Queen 8, Queen 9. Jack 10, he's repping a lot of Jack 10s or even nutted flushes.
Lays it down. Good lay down by Chris.
Doesn't like it, but you don't have to make those laydowns.
And Nate, 18.6 million chips.
Whatever it was.
Got 2/3 of all the chips in play.
Nate clearly wanted the call.
Oh, God, yes. 8 is smelling blood right now. Runner, nut flush? Are you kidding me?
He's just chipping down everybody at this point, which is ultimately good for him. As he puts aggression on, everyone handcuffed because they're right next to each other.
6 checks.
Oh. Nate with the gutter to the wheel.
4 bets, 250.
Can rep any pair and just get a fold out of Jason. This is definitely Nate's tournament.
Gotta be approaching the break pretty soon.
It is. I believe we're about maybe 20 minutes until the break.
420.
4 raises to 420.
I'm all in.
All in. We haven't even, I mean, Jason's kind of been the forgotten man in this threesome.
Have a five chip. Yep.
There you go.
He says, guys, I'm here too, you know.
Orange.
Yeah.
Yeah, they lost me for a fucking second.
I almost got 25 out of you.
Yeah.
Give me a chip. Still one chip. Which one do you want?
I almost got 25 out of you.
Raises to 450.
Purple chips, 500,000. Red chips, 100,000. Sky blue chips, they're 25,000. And still have some orange chips on the table. Those are 5,000.
Nate should be defending here.
4 call. That's it.
Ace, 3.
4 checks, 6 checks.
Oh, just check.
4 checks.
I think Nate's
6 checks.
gonna find some way to win this hand, unless he finds a pair.
4 checks.
I check.
6 checks.
He's calling a fucking ass, no matter what, probably.
Bluffing with the best hand, or just getting check up?
Not approaching 20 million chips. He's got 19 million chips.
of 27.
He can smell it here, folks. Nate Kogel, who was the chip leader for the first 2.5, 3 hours of this show, then gave it up for about an hour and has reclaimed the chip lead.
It simply takes one hand to just do that. Nate should be being aggressive here.
Fourth call.
Just decides to limp.
Option checks. Heads up.
Jason with ace-3 connects with bottom pair. Nate's gonna go first. A bet here. Relatively small, I think. Jason should be calling.
Six calls.
Queen of diamond rolls off. Nate's gonna try to rep this queen at this point, or even some flushes.
550.
550,000.
Jason should be calling.
Jason with the nut flush draw and a pair, way out in front, will make the call. And we will head, I believe, there's the king. Wow. So Nate hits his king on the river.
Wow. He builds a prop perfectly for him to just get value out of his hand.
Thank you.
Really like about 1.2 to get value out of his hand. Put him, Jason, in a tough situation. Should find and just about that 1.25.
1.25.
Jason doesn't like it. He's blocking some flushes. After the C-bet, check. Looks like calling chips.
Makes the call, and he's going to see the bad news. Nate now over 21.5 million. And they will go to break. You will not. When we come back, we will resume here. It'll take about 2 seconds. Let me turn the flux capacitor on. Here we go. And just like that, the flux capacitor working good. We're told the players are back in about 10 seconds. You didn't have to wait at all, did you? We're keeping going. It's now approaching 1:20 a.m. Central Time. And we're having fun. We're down to 3. You see the prize pool, 231,384, and we're back. 3 people remain. Chris, Jason, and Nate Kogel right there. Nate, 21.6 million of the 27 million chips in play. Up top, folks, 43,617 and a beautiful trophy. Second place, 29,993, and third place, 21,994. Hand number 121.
6 is all in.
All in from Jason. Blinds are now 150,000, 300,000, 300,000.
It blocks any transmission from any of the sensors.
Oh.
I want to thank our 2 great dealers today, Bellagio Anthony and Final Table Kev.
Should have known.
Our game hostess is Safi, Slick Rick, and I want to give a big shout out to this guy, Andrew Tranimal. He busted literally 20 minutes before I asked him if he wanted to be helped me commentate, and he busted to Nate Kogel, who he's about to sail through. So, Andrew, you could probably get an assist for this.
I wish you would throw me a percent at least.
All in moment for Chris with that king forehand.
All right, so this is 3.
Nate dominating here with the king 8.
I think Nate should be calling most of the time here. It's about 12 bigs, 13 bigs.
It has been a long day. And there's the call. So this could be it for Chris. His tournament life, hand number 122. Chris is dominated here. Needs a 4-ball or some type of chopportunity.
No sweat, really. Oh.
So now,
Gutter.
an open-ender. A lot of cards could help. Doesn't. And Nate will eliminate Chris. And Chris's elimination hand and the biggest pot of the day come with the same king 4 offsuit.
Thank you. Good luck. Good luck.
Thank you.
And Chris, who played fantastically, will finish in 3rd place. And he will walk away with $21,974. And we will remove that chair. Safi, the chairmanator, remove that chair, please.
Should be resetting the table, bringing the trophy onto the table.
Jason gonna be in this 7.
We will reset, get everybody situated. And 25 million to 2.4 million chips. I mean, this is a 10-to-1 chip lead. 10-to-1 heads up chip lead. Nate Kogel, who's one of the best tournament players around. It's almost unfair.
It's a full 33.
But he's earned it.
The full 33?
Yeah.
The full 33.
I'm not saying it's impossible for Jason. I'm just saying it's almost unfair.
Good luck, Nate.
7. Small blind in the 2.
What a day.
Nate with ace jack should be just ripping. Just take down the blinds.
2 raises to 700.
There's the fold. So we will head to hand number 124. It is, well, we came on air about 9:30. It is 1:30 a.m. 4 hours of stream, 123 3 hands. That's 30 plus hands an hour. Pretty good pace.
Come on, then.
All in with Jack Deuce.
Mostly I think
Nate
it's
makes the
snapped off.
call. And this could be it, folks.
Gotta get lucky. Gotta start now.
Jason says, got to get lucky. Got to start now. 4 million chips. Jason's tournament life needs some help. No help. Needs a jack or a deuce. Jack or a deuce, or it
Spade.
is over. Or a
spade.
spade now. Doesn't come. And it's over. Nate Kogel, who for the majority today was the chip leader, gets a hug there from Jason. Jason's going to walk out of here with a very amazing $29,993, but it's that man, Nate Kogel, the champion of the $100,000 New Year's resolution. What a way to start the new year off. He'll walk away with $43,617, gets a shake from Final Table Kev, plus the trophy. And before we get out of here, your final thoughts, Andrew.
Amazing final table. Well played by everyone who made it this far. Nate, obviously a crusher, so definitely. He played lights out today.
Yeah, hand number 106 will go down. It will surely go viral. Folks, for everybody here at the Lodge Mahal, from the dealers today, the staff, our production staff, they knock it out of the park every show, but thank you to them. Thank you to all the employees here from the front counter to the cage to the dealers and the floor staff. But mostly, thank you to you, 1,700 plus people. The fine people at Chatsfield, that means you, and most especially you. We'll see you Wednesday for a little PLO action. Hey, it's Monday morning. Go to sleep. Take care, everybody.